Ocean?
Testing 1, 2. Testing 1, 2. Check, check, check. 1, 2. Check, check, check. Testing 1, 2. Testing 1, 2. Check 1, 2. Mic check 1, 2. Check, check, check. 1, 2. Mic check. 1, 2. Mic check. 1, 2. Check.
Testing 1, 2, test, test.
My microphone on? Thank you, IT staff. Going to call the meeting to order. This is a public meeting of the Riverside Unified Board of Education. On behalf of them and myself, Dr. Hanson, and the 4,000 employees of this great district, welcome to our regular monthly business meeting of June 17th, 2021. Now, this meeting will be live streamed on the RUSD YouTube channel, and if you would like to view that meeting in our Spanish live stream, please follow the link provided on the agenda there, which can be found at our website, www.riversideunified.org, www.riversideunified.org. We are broadcasting closed captions today, so those watching the meeting live stream can follow the live transcription of the closed captions through that same link in YouTube. The meeting will also be held in person here in the boardroom at the Riverside Adult School and is open to members of the public. We are following the current and within the last 72 hours ever-changing State of California and County of Riverside health and safety guidelines during the meeting as applying to COVID-19 protocols, which later on will be expanded upon in the superintendent's report to the board. Now, let me just explain. This is a business meeting. This is an old school. There are not any students present. So, according to the governor's new guidelines, edicts, if there's no students present, and if you've been vaccinated, you do not need to wear a mask. You do not need to wear a mask, and social distancing changes. If children were here, it'd be different. That distinction as far as being vaccinated is left to each of the attendees here tonight, to their truthfulness and concern for others. For the members of the public who would like to address the Board of Education on items of business to be transacted or discussed by the board, please see a staff member at the entrance and they will assist you. The differential here is that comments are focused on items that are posted on the June 17th agenda of the RUSD Board of Education. Should the offered subject of that item appear on the agenda? Otherwise, should the public wish to address a District California education matter that is not listed as an agenda item, then those comments are to be offered during the public input section H of tonight's agenda. Public input offered comments are limited to 3 minutes. If there is a subject matter that has more than 6 speakers readied for that particular subject matter, then the president as chair holds the privilege to, in the determination, to see all comments applicable to be limited to 20 minutes total. Please know that the governing authority over the California Public Meetings, the Brown Act, and I want to say that you understand this, prohibits the meeting's governing board, and that would be your board here, to directly engage in conversation with the public input speaker. The board and the superintendent may ask a clarifying question to the speaker, even perhaps a brief response during the directed to them for questions. Should a member request a response to their matter of concern offered, then please ensure you have provided your contact information to our clerk of the board, Dr. Angelo Farouk, and our executive assistant to the board, Ms. Beth Martin. And you can provide your comments through Zoom. Now, I didn't do this yet, but Ms. Brandy Wiggum, as you are doing our call-in Zoom people, if you would give the information as far as commenting on the closed session items.
If you are a member of the public who has joined the Zoom call today to provide public comment on one of the items listed on the agenda for closed session only, please enter the queue now by using the raise hand function if you are logged in using the computer, or *9 if you are using your phone to call in. Once again, the queue is only open for closed session items listed on the agenda.
Thank you, Ms. Wiggin. Members of the public and attendees and my colleagues, we'll give that 1 minute to just process.
President Hunt, we do not have any callers wishing to speak on this item.
Okay. And at 4:06, I'll adjourn this meeting for the board to go in closed session where they will return at 5:30. Thank you.
A good friend of mine once told me that high school goes by so fast. And obviously I didn't listen to him, because who on earth will believe that high school will go by in a flash?
After such a crazy year when we believed we were only going to go on long spring break, look at us now.
I hope we never forget how good it feels to push through and finish something. Something that we all anticipated, but never quite anticipated happening in this way.
I think Charles Dickens said it best in The Tale of Two Cities. It was the best of times, it was the worst of times.
Life is like a camera. Focus what's important. Capture the good times, develop from the negative. If things don't work out, take another shot.
As the next chapter of our life awaits us, I encourage you to slow down for just a moment and take a deep breath. Look back on what we've done and enjoy this moment.
Focus on the present. Live completely in this moment.
Let it sink in. Wherever life may take us, prosper and live life to the fullest.
If we got through a pandemic, there is no doubt that we will take on any challenge that the world throws at us.
There is no goal at all beyond our reach.
We almost thought we weren't going to get this, so it is such a blessing.
Hoy celebramos nuestro logro académico, graduación de la escuela preparatoria.
We come together to celebrate after a year of isolation.
Regardless of your path, I am hopeful in the potential I see in the class of 21.
Each and every one of you is amazing, being here today and graduating from high school. It's truly incredible, and every single one of you belongs here.
We are all deserving of praise, not just for the past 4 years, but for the past 18 years as well.
Class of 2021, our senior year hasn't been a normal one, not even close.
And no, it hasn't been easy. You should be proud you made it to this point.
Sure is a relieving feeling to be here on this field wearing our caps and gowns.
I'm especially proud of what we have accomplished during this year of COVID. We persevered.
As our tenure here slips away, let's just resolve to forge a brighter, happier future.
I hope today your future prioritizes finding joy.
If we measure success by the difference we make in the lives of others, we will lead meaningful lives for ourselves and the world around us.
Take care of yourself, take care of each other, and take care of our community.
Congratulations once again, class of 2021.
Congratulations.
Congratulations, class of 21. Felicitaciones, clase de 2021.
We're done.
We did it. We actually did it. We made it.
I've been blessed to work with a lot of wonderful cabinet members, but out of them all, Tim is the most consistent. He is so loyal and consistent and follows through, and I've learned a lot watching and working with him, and he absolutely deserves the recognition as Administrator of the Year for the entire county.
1, 2, 3.
The very most important things that Tim provides are
1, 2,
consistency
3.
and positivity. I know those are not related to his specific job duties, but always, and especially during this response to the pandemic, we can depend on Tim to be here for us and with us.
I've always known him to be someone you can count on, whether you just need to make a phone call and speak to somebody about a situation on campus, or if you need to call and get guidance and direction and support on a particularly critical matter.
As many schools do, you have issues that arise that require some assistance from the district office level. And Tim's always been that guy that has been there for us. When I need some assistance and guidance or basically to be told what to do, that first phone call is to Tim.
I hope this congratulatory message finds everyone in good health and spirits. Don't mind my hat and tie, a little out of character for me, but if we're celebrating Tim Walker, I just couldn't help but pay tribute to his propensity for celebrating whatever occasion or season has taken place at that moment with some type of regalia. So, this is my best Tim Walker outfit.
I've always enjoyed watching him at our staff meetings, and he's very effervescent in a lot of things that he does, particularly around St. Patrick's Day, and so it was neat to get to know him initially in those contexts.
Tim has a broad area of responsibility and an even broader area of expertise.
He's taking care of the technical skilled side of the track, but he's also very good on the interpersonal, rallying troops, pulling the team together, really connecting with folks on that one-on-one level. A lot of people don't know that about Tim, but you get to know him. He just is a big soft heart and cares deeply about the people who work with him. And if you watch, all those who are on his team absolutely love him. They do anything for Tim. They value him and his leadership and how they view and how he treats them as individuals. So all in all, he just is a great guy.
To know Tim is to know three things. First and foremost, his commitment and love for his family. We've all heard such wonderful stories about his family, in particular those conversations with Sean, which oftentimes are one of the highlights of that meeting. His devotion and love for his family is to be admired. And that commitment to his family only slightly supersedes his commitment to our Riverside Unified School District, just slightly, which is the second thing you need to know about Tim Walker, his commitment to RUSD. I often joke with Tim about the hours he keeps and whether he was able to spend any time enjoying his weekend, because that's the level of dedication he has to his roles and responsibility as an assistant superintendent in our district.
I heard one person say during that first part of the response to the pandemic, we were able to see everyone's home except for Tim's, because Tim was and has been in the office every day.
Tim Walker, congratulations on this award. You very much deserve it. You are a tremendous asset to our district. You're a tremendous asset to our school, Martin Luther King High School, and a tremendous asset to me personally. Congrats.
Thank you, Mr. Walker, for your service, dedication, and unwavering support you have offered to the students, staff, parents, guardians, and families of Riverside Unified School District. You are appreciated and valued for all that you do.
Congratulations, Tim. You so deserve some public recognition for the constant work that you do each and every day throughout your career and your years of service in Riverside Unified and beyond. Take delight in it. Maybe take a couple of hours to celebrate. And I remember we were on the call with your family when we let you know that you had earned this award, and just seeing their delight. Take time to enjoy.
Tim, congratulations. Can't think of a better person to represent RUSD or the entire county as Employee of the Year. Well deserved, my friend. Well deserved.
Today I wanted to talk to you a little bit about my journey into science. Imagine a scientist. What does a scientist look like to you? A lab coat, yes. Glassware, mixing chemicals in a lab, yes. And the big glasses, sometimes sort of falling or taped. But how many of you guys maybe thought of something different? Like a field biologist like Jane Goodall, or the two astronauts who just did the first ever female spacewalk, Christina Cook and Jessica Meir. But how many of you guys actually pictured yourselves? Not everyone usually does, and this is something that educators often are trying to sort out, is why don't we picture ourselves in this role? Why don't we ever see ourselves as a scientist? When you ask a male or a female your interest in STEM after graduation, half of the guys are gonna say, yeah, STEM is something I'm really interested in, but a fraction of women are actually joining in that same interest. And this sort of then trickles down into the actual workforce. When I actually graduated high school, I was one of those statistics. I did not identify as a scientist. I had no interest in science. I just didn't know what to do with a science degree.
Inspire Her Mind is a conference that gets girls thinking about actually careers in science. They get to see some of the cool applications of science. They get to see women working in these areas.
We know there's not as many women in the STEM workforce as there are men, so we're really trying to be proactive and be able to get girls involved and really show them that this is an opportunity for them.
I did not expect this. I'm gonna be honest, I first came here because I wanted to get extra credit, and then it turned out to be more than that. I wasn't really expecting all of these different interactive activities that we got to do.
The one where you have to inspect the cells of the plants and everything. We saw stomata and how it's on the back of the leaf, and we just learned more of what we're learning in biology, so it's cool to see it just not in the classroom.
We learned from people who were
specialized in their field, so they were like really passionate about it, and then so we got to learn just like straight from them, and it was really fun.
I don't really like science that much, but my friend convinced me, and it's nothing like what I expected. It's way funner. It's like a broad spectrum of different things that you can do. In one of the activities, we kind of learned about how different types of lines can make dresses appear differently. We had to draw like lines on the dresses to make appearances either look longer or shorter or thinner or thicker.
When I went to college, you have to take classes that are beyond your major, right? And so I took one that was global environmental problems. And in that class, I was just blown away, and I realized this is where I want to make a difference. I now have a lab that gets to look at these environmental issues, and I absolutely love my job. It took a long time to figure out that this is what I wanted, but I am so happy where I'm at.
I really liked it because it was more focused on us, because we were able to individually analyze what we wanted, not what anybody else wanted us to learn.
We took a personality quiz, and that quiz was honestly like my favorite part.
We were able to find out like the specific topics that we were interested in.
Mine was advisor, because I want to be in the medical field. I want to be an RN. I got a maker, and I thought that was really cool because ever since I was little, I would always love working with my hands, and I still do.
This is a really great opportunity for girls to get that hands-on experience and to open their eyes.
I decided to come on a whim.
I thought we were just going to get like hour-long lectures and everything, but instead we got to have like these fun experiences.
I expected to see men in lab coats.
I also expected people to just tell about their jobs and then how we could help our city, but instead I learned about how those small careers add up to help the whole world.
We're really focusing on getting girls excited and engaged in STEM fields and potential STEM careers.
My expectations when we came here was that we would go into a lecture hall, they would lecture us, and then we would leave. I didn't expect it to be as hands-on and as innovative and interactive as it was, and I think that that's the reason why I enjoyed it as much as I did.
It's part of their everyday lives, and helping them understand that and appreciate that is also part of this endeavor.
My favorite thing was seeing the batteries and the wire thing move around.
Oh, I saw that amazing little robot. Did you guys?
Yeah. The way they were coded had them follow a pathway, and in that pathway were certain color codes, and those color codes would dictate what the robot did. It was so little and it was so cute, and the fact that I could literally just drop like a bunch of colors and it would make the robot do different things. It was really, really like impressive, and I really like that.
I'm a wildlife biologist by training. I get to work with animals, habitats, and the environment.
We learned about the California condor,
And we found causes of death among condors and why they almost went extinct.
and how due to like conservation by people that are in the STEM field, they were able to multiply, and now they're growing species again.
The program provides an opportunity for our students, young ladies, to look into STEM as a possibility and also leadership. There is definitely a gap out in the workforce. So what are we doing? We're bringing our girls in and we're helping build the confidence around those two specific areas.
I'm actually really looking forward to coming back and seeing what other activities that they have for us.
I heard them say that leadership was going to be the focus of the second conference. I'm definitely really interested in that, and I think it's really important for women to realize that leadership is an important skill to have, and it's definitely something that's really related to STEM because STEM is leading the field in so many industries nowadays.
I'm also looking forward to coming back and learning more about the small careers that can build up to help everybody around.
I think it's really important to expose them to the vast array of careers and how a scientific background can help you succeed at anything you choose to do.
Steve does lots and lots of things, not only for our department, but for the district, and has for a long time been kind of the backbone for our Google side of the house. And as we've transitioned away from Microsoft into the Google world, Steve was instrumental in making that change.
Stephen was helping a lot with Google Classroom and PD, and he always would call and ask me questions, and I knew that when I had questions about anything with teachers or students, he would get me the answer as quick as possible.
He's one of the hardest working people I know, super dedicated, always trying to do his best to serve everybody. We talk about servant leadership and leading in all forward directions. He really tries to embody that. He always does his best to try to learn as much as possible and grow and develop. And one of the things I really admire about him is his approach to leading others and also being able to have, difficult conversations sometimes, but doing it in a respectful way and doing it in a way that helps his team grow.
He leads a team that supports teachers and certificated and classified staff, as well as parents and students. He's always, going above and beyond and really wants to be that support. He's really big on customer service and just meeting the needs of different individuals.
Stephen had been the one that I got connected with to be able to ask him questions and him give me answers. There were several times that Stephen came out and walked the campus to look in rooms for any kind of technology that we needed to install.
In terms of where we've been in the last year with COVID and the closures and everything, Steve and his team have really stepped up their game and working hard with our vendors and different partners to try to provide as many resources and just equipment and support for families to ensure that they have what they need to get their kids online. And as we've been through a year that's been challenging, his attitude through the whole thing has been positive and that we can get it done, that we can provide these different supports.
He does everything for kids. He is for students. Whereas a lot of his work may not directly be with the students, it is with teachers and it is with administration that will directly affect students.
I think if you talk to anybody within the organization, they're going to talk about his positive attitude and his willingness to, go that extra mile, that extra step to just make sure the people are being taken care of.
He's the one that I can always contact, and he's going to help me get the problem solved because it's going to benefit the students.
Hey, Harwood, 100% congratulations on this award. I know how hard you work for it, and you are absolutely deserving of it. So congrats and enjoy.
Steve, I just want to congratulate you on this award. It's well deserved, and I think it just goes to show and recognize the hard work that you put in to this organization and how much you care for not only the students and the staff, but the families that we serve in this community. And so it's much deserved, and congratulations.
Riverside Unified partners with over 20 local farmers. They deliver fresh produce to our central kitchen, and we deliver it to all of our sites daily.
Here at the Central Kitchen, we get a nice variety of produce that we get in. We have multiple farmers that we use within Riverside. We use not just oranges, but whatever fruits or produce that is available during season. So we also get lettuce, grapes, fresh strawberries from farmers that are local, melons, peaches, nectarines.
I work for RUSD as the Food Hub Coordinator. I work with local farmers and helping them decide what to grow for the district and what varieties of produce and when we need it.
We introduced the Farm to School program in 2005 to try to teach our students lifelong healthy eating habits.
It is easy and quick to apply online by visiting riversideunified.org and apply online through the meal program application.
Rocio is the school librarian at my elementary school, Washington Elementary, and she became one of my best friends on campus. I go to her for everything.
Rocio came to us with extensive knowledge about students and needs and the best way to support staff on campus. She took personal ownership of our library and transformed it into a warm and inviting environment in which students wanted to come to the library.
She's very instrumental in making that library space that is more accessible for students and their educational, social, and technological needs.
She was always very helpful, very professional, very
just willing to go the extra mile for anybody.
She is one of the hardest working individuals I've ever met. She makes sure that not only are the students happy with the books that they choose, but she makes sure that if teachers need any books, she'll pull books for us if we need a certain topic or a certain subject to talk about. She's just been one of the most helpful people I've ever met.
And whenever I needed like a teacher's guide or anything, I would just say, okay, I'm gonna send you a student. Can you? She goes, I have one. So she would just, I'd send a student run and they would come and give it for me.
She really goes out of her way to support students, staff, and families.
She's also a steady advocate for students, faculty, staff, and also for the community, especially in these times right now. She has helped lead and distribute material through these unprecedented times that we're still living.
She was very much on top of making sure students had all of their materials, teachers had their materials, and especially at the beginning of this year, she took a lot of extra time to call families, connect, providing services on Saturdays at nights so that students and families were able to come to the site and get the materials that they needed. Also reaching out to students that were in our virtual program and that were at other school sites, really taking it upon herself to make sure that all of our students at Washington were supported and had the materials that they needed.
She's very personable and she's very helpful. If she doesn't know the answer to something, she will send you to the right direction of the person that does have the answer for you.
She is just a wonderful resource, not only as a librarian, but also as a really good support system on campus as well.
Rocio is not only an excellent librarian, but she's also dedicated to making our school, Washington Elementary, a better place.
She connected her lessons or her stories to the themes that were occurring on campus.
She makes sure that everyone is happy. She's always joking, always laughing, always making sure that she is a bright spot on campus, and that's why I truly believe that she deserves this.
She's just an excellent model for what a Riverside employee should represent and the skills and connection to the community that they bring.
Rocio, from the bottom of my heart, I wish you the biggest congratulations. You have been seriously one of the best people that I've ever met in my entire life, and I can't thank you enough for everything you've done for me.
Thank you so much for everything that you have done, you are doing, and everything else that I know you will be doing in the future.
You are an amazing person and you are an asset to Washington Elementary and to any school.
Rocio, I just want to say congratulations, and I am so honored to have had the pleasure to work with you and to build such a relationship with you.
¿Qué quieres hacer cuando estés grande?
I want to be a veterinarian when I grow up.
What do you want to be when you grow up?
Yo quiero ser un científico.
What trade?
When I grow up, I want to be a teacher.
If you're interested in your child being bilingual, the Dual Language Immersion Program gives the students the opportunity to learn in 2 languages. El programa de inmersión del lenguaje dual le da a los estudiantes la gran oportunidad de aprender 2 idiomas, en español y en inglés, para que puedan ser bilingües y puedan terminar ser estudiantes que puedan leer y escribir en los 2 idiomas también.
My children's first language is English. They actually learned Spanish in the DLI program, and then I just supported everything at home once they were involved in the program.
And Mommy was in Spanish class. Did you help Mommy?
Sí, pues mi mamá preguntó que ellos están en español clase y ella necesita ayudar con un examen y ella ayudó y ella se ganó 100%.
They have the same curriculum as the other students do. In the primary grades, it's heavy in the Spanish, and they get English language development in English. In the upper grades, they have a 50-50 model, half of the day in Spanish and the other half in English.
What do you like to learn in school?
Me gusta aprender matemáticas.
¿Qué te gusta aprender en la escuela?
My favorite subject of school is writing because I can learn things that are bilingual.
Los padres pueden solicitar una aplicación para el programa de inmersión del lenguaje dual tan pronto como en jardín de niños. o hasta primer grado.
At Fremont Elementary School, our DLI program is expanding. It's currently in kindergarten, first, and second grade, and next year it will move on to third.
Longfellow is proud to offer dual language immersion. We're also a STEM school. We emphasize hands-on STEM activities for a portion of the day. We begin in kindergarten, which means that our students can apply the year before, which would be a preschool or transitional kindergarten age, to enter our school to begin in kindergarten.
Jefferson Elementary School offers a dual language immersion program, kindergarten through 5th grade, and next year we will add 6th grade. They participate in all regular school activities, field trips, special events, assemblies, just like everyone else.
Spanish is interwoven into everything that we do here at Mountain View. Our assemblies are in both languages. Our morning announcements are in both languages. Our students are speaking in both languages.
¿Cuántos años tienen? I am 7 years old. ¿Cuántos años tienes? Yo tengo 7 años. How old are you? I'm 7 years old.
And where do you use what you've learned?
Mi mamá preguntó dónde yo están hablando español. Están ayudando a mi abuela y mi abuelo se habló en español.
¿Qué te gusta aprender en la escuela?
I like learn English because I like science.
Solicite la aplicación en riversideunified.org.
¿Usted le quiere decir algo a sus maestros? I would like to say that thanks for teaching me how to be bilingual.
Would you like to thank your teacher?
Sí. Gracias por enseñarme. Gracias por enseñarme español.
¿Qué quieres decir a tu maestra?
I want to say, Mr. Rana and Ms. Sierra, thank you to teaching me in English and Spanish.
Is there anyone you'd like to thank?
La pregunta era si hay alguien que quieres decir gracias. Yo quiero decir gracias a todas mis maestras de DLI. Yo quiero decir gracias a mis papás por ponerme en el programa de DLI.
Is there anything you want to tell your teacher?
Gracias por enseñarme. Gracias por enseñarme español.
¿Qué quieres decirle a tu maestra?
I would like to say to my teacher that thank you for teaching me in 3rd grade. Yo quiero decir a mi maestra, gracias por haciendo español yo. And I want to say thank you to my mom for taking me to a Spanish class so I can learn more Spanish. Yo quiero decir gracias a mi mamá porque traje a ellas español clase y ayudar que yo se pueda ayudar a ella. Yay!
Good job, baby girl.
Now take me to class.
I've had the absolute pleasure to have worked with Josue for the last 3.5 years. He was my executive assistant, and quite honestly, he has been so much more than that. I've worked closely with quite a few executive assistants over the years, and he is by far one of the best.
He certainly is a learner and doing what he can to pursue and better himself and those around him. So absolutely a pleasure to serve with him. There was a period of time where he actually filled in as an interim executive assistant to the superintendent, and he was awesome. The value that he brought to the table to me personally for that short period of time, I'll always be grateful for.
First and foremost, Josue is my friend. He does what you would consider the typical things for an executive assistant, but he also fully participates on the management team. He's a trained coach in a couple of different styles. So he sometimes brings content to groups that I meet with, and very often he provides coaching advice for me in various situations.
As our division expanded and evolved over the last few years, he was such a critical contributor to anticipate unintended consequences.
He is a hardworking and dedicated man, always seeking to improve himself. I have a saying about becoming a better version of your former self, and Josue is an example of that. He has improved his skill sets, gone back to school and received education that will assist him in moving up in the ranks. He is now a lead for some of the trainings that occur in our district, and just always seeking to push the envelope of his skills, which he has many of.
He really hones his craft, and any professional should do that, and he does it to the nth degree.
Josue brings a critical eye and a strategic and sharp wit to his work and how he collaborates with others. He's a true learner at heart. He will quickly learn new things and become an expert within days. He's constantly honing his craft and is always the go-to for his colleagues, our team, and for me.
And foremost, he does what we promote in Riverside Unified, and that is leading in all 4 directions.
You know, in our district, we talk about leading in all directions, leading up, leading the team, leading your peers, leading yourself. I've never met anyone better than Josue who does that in all 4 directions. He is exceptional at leading up, which is a different skill set. He is exceptional at leading his team and his peers, which again takes a different set of skills. And when it comes to leading himself, he is dedicated, he is diligent, and he has a desire to really grow and increase his own abilities to make a difference.
He has become a trusted friend, thought partner, and confidant. He makes my and other work lives so enjoyable and rewarding. I see no one else more deserving than Josue right now.
Josue, I want to congratulate you on all you've done and continue to ask you to move forward in your professional career. You have a lot to offer and your future is bright.
Josue, congratulations. Can't think of a better person to earn the title recognition as Employee of the Year.
Congratulations, Josue. You're very deserving of this award, and I'm so proud of you and so glad that you've earned this official recognition. Congratulations.
Congratulations, Josue. You are amazing.
My mission for our students is to provide them with a nutritious meal, authentic foods that they will enjoy all year long.
I'm hoping all the effort that we put into our meals are enjoyed by the students.
Can I get the orange chicken?
Chicken sandwich.
Teriyaki rice.
Chicken chow mein.
Can I get some nachos? Nachos. I'm gonna get everything on them.
Cheeseburger, chicken sandwich, spicy chicken sandwich, pizza.
Bean and cheese burrito. I had tacos today with bean.
We get fresh produce delivered twice a week that we use on our salads and our tacos. We have a vegetarian wrap with no meat.
We serve tortas and burritos, chicken chili verde. We have our barbecue served every day with hamburgers, hot dogs, and crispy chicken sandwiches. You can apply for the meal program online by visiting riversideunified.org. So apply as soon as possible.
We're very proud of Mrs. Elizabeth Sanchez for being recognized as Riverside Unified School District's Counselor of the Year. Our Miller team is dedicated to providing our students with a strength of service that is founded in a deep and genuine caring of our students. Mrs. Elizabeth Sanchez serves as a powerful example of a person who significantly cares for others and an outstanding role model for our school community.
Elizabeth is an advocate for her students and our staff. She cares deeply for the social and emotional well-being of all students.
Her demeanor and her ability to be real with students and connect with them, but still tell them what they need to hear is something that I don't see very often. And I think that the kids really are drawn to it and they know that she cares.
We have such a strong counseling team here at Miller because of Elizabeth's willingness to collaborate and support others.
Mrs. Sanchez demonstrates strength in her ability to collaborate, coordinate, and effectively deliver a robust counseling program for the benefit of our students, staff, and family.
I feel really lucky to get to work with Elizabeth and have her as a partner. She collaborates well, she's agreeable, and she's also the person who says, that's what students need, let's go for it.
Equity is always at the center of her work to ensure that all her students get what they need.
She has been such an advocate for producing programs and content that our students need in developing a safe school where they feel connected and confident.
Mrs. Sanchez serves on the Miller Administrative Support Team, the site leadership team, and the counseling department with great empathy and grace.
She's also worked hard to provide social and emotional learning activities for our students, both in person and during distance learning.
Recently, our Miller Counseling Department was honored and recognized by the American School Counseling Association as a model of excellence program. She is truly the magic that is Miller.
She just embodies that, and because of who she is, I cannot think of anyone who I would rather work with or who is more deserving of this accomplishment.
Congratulations. I'm so proud of you, and it's an honor to work alongside you.
Congratulations, Elizabeth. You are so deserving of this. You work hard. You are an advocate for all of your students.
Miss Elizabeth Sanchez, you have to know, we are greatly proud of you. Our whole Miller team is behind you 100%, and we congratulate you with all our love for the amazing work and service that you provide to all of our students. Great job.
My name is Matt Cash, and I have the privilege of serving our community as the principal at Fremont Elementary School. Here are 5 things that I absolutely love about Fremont. The first thing I love is our Dual Language Immersion Program, or DLI for short. All of Fremont's DLI teachers have a bilingual credential. In our DLI classrooms, students are taught in both English and in Spanish. And by the end of their 6th grade year, our students have the opportunity to grow into students that are biliterate, bilingual, and bicultural. Next, Fremont is a no excuses university school, or NEU for short. That means that we adhere to the belief that every single child deserves the opportunity to be educated in a way that prepares them for college and career. Fremont is also an AVID elementary school. That means that our teachers and staff are trained in the most up-to-date techniques to keep our students engaged in content and in the classroom. NEU and AVID go hand in hand. NEU provides us the systems we need to prepare our kids for college and career, and AVID provides us the strategies, real-time, on the ground, that we use inside the classroom to accomplish that. If you ever have the opportunity to walk around Fremont Elementary School, you will see a college presence here on campus. We have banners, pennants, and flags from a variety of colleges around the country hanging in our hallways and in our library. That means that from day one of a student attending our school, we instill the belief that if they want to, they can go to college and pursue the career that they were made for. Fremont Elementary has an amazing show choir. Our show choir is so dynamic that they've been invited to perform at places like the Festival of Lights, at City Hall for the mayor and city council, and even here in our community for local holiday shows. If you ever have a chance to catch one of their shows, you should. Here at Fremont, we are all about partnerships. That includes partnerships with local universities like UCR, the University of California, Riverside. They have a program for volunteers called AmeriCorps, where they come onto campus and college students tutor our elementary students in math, language arts, and other subject areas. Each of these college students work with individuals each day to ensure that our students not only know that they can do their best, but they're also given a mentor that they can aspire to be. Lastly, we pride ourselves on meaningful interventions. That means that data management is a high priority. We know who our kids are, we know their strengths and their challenges, and we design instruction that meets those needs and takes them from where they are to where they need to be in order to be successful. One of our core values is student engagement. We create opportunities for our students to meet their current needs and challenge them to become their best. Fremont Elementary School is unique. Opened in 1917, Fremont is one of the most storied elementary schools here in our city. Our school has been in the La Placida community for more than 100 years. That means we serve generation after generation of learners who have come through our doors. Fremont provides art classes, community service projects, band, show choir, social and emotional services, parent training, community activities, after-school enrichment, and so much more. We're excited for the programs we bring to the La Placida community, and we're happy to serve our families. So with that, we say, welcome to Fremont.
Mr. Crusoe is an amazing TK kindergarten teacher at Longfellow. He is absolutely dedicated to every child. He makes learning fun. He is full of energy. He loves what he does. The kids know that he loves them, and he is in constant communication with the parents.
Not only do I get to work with him at my school site every day, but he has also been the teacher of both of my daughters. I was a little worried in the beginning of my daughter starting kindergarten online because it was her first year in school, but George was so welcoming and so great with the kids that she wanted to log on every single day.
He's their first teacher to introduce them to community. He's the heart of the school.
When I started at Longfellow, George was one of the first teachers to ask me if I needed anything or if there was anything he could do to help me get acclimated.
He does a lot with other teachers to bring in that peer tutoring. They work together on their engineer projects, on writing and reading, even virtually. He's teamed up with other teachers.
He has the heart of a servant, and he personifies all of the characteristics a teacher of the year should possess.
George inhabits the growth mindset in every single thing that he does and in everything he brings to his classroom. He is a question asker. He is always learning. He seeks out knowledge. He's passionate, he's creative, and he teaches the whole child every single day.
George teaches the whole little person. He finds creative ways to engage his students. He makes sure that his students, most of whom are from disadvantaged backgrounds, have access to the resources that they need to be able to learn. He has a field trip all by himself.
He incorporates music and art and dancing into his lessons every day, gets the kids up and moving where they want to be in school. They want to log on to the computer every day.
His kids want to come to school, and I think that reflects his leadership. Everything he does is for the students, and he has 3rd and 6th graders and 4th graders all throughout the school. Every kid come and want to volunteer in his class. They want to sing in his class. They want to work with his students.
George has a wonderful relationship with his students. They admire and respect him thoroughly, and he shows them the same. No student in George's class ever feels less than because he finds a strength in each of his students and encourages his students to use their strengths to be great.
Regardless of the challenges that may come in George's classroom, he enters the next day optimistic, full of hope, incredibly enthusiastic, and he's super encouraging of not only his children, but also of himself, his colleagues, and the parents of his students.
Many people find change difficult, but Mr. Crusoe says, well, we expect our students to do these things, so I have to learn them. And he goes on and he helps his colleagues as well. And I'm very proud of him for being a team player.
Congratulations, George. You are so deserving of this award. I'm so proud of you, and great job.
Congratulations, George.
It has been a pleasure to travel down this road with you as a fellow teacher, and I really appreciate the person that you are. If anyone deserves this recognition, it is truly you. So congratulations to you. You will always be my teacher of the year.
George, congratulations. I am so proud of you. Your colleagues are proud of you. Your former students are proud of you. We just love your heart.
Here at the Central Kitchen, we get a nice variety of produce that we get in from fruits and vegetables. We have some oranges behind us that we are wedging. We use not just oranges, but whatever fruits or produce that is available during season. Some people ask when we package the food. So our fresh fruits and vegetables are packaged on the same day, every day. They're never done multiple days in the past, but they're done the day of. Our sandwiches are also done on the same day as well. So when we are doing the sandwiches on the after school program, we make those sandwiches fresh day of.
I'm at one of our local farms. We purchase citrus, lettuce, tomatoes, pepper, avocado, pears, apples, cucumbers, and many, many more. In addition to purchasing from our farmers, we brought some activities for the kids to connect the cafeteria with our farms. We have gardening activities, classes in planting to encourage our students to eat nutritious meals.
Heather Zaragoza is so deserving of the award of Middle School Teacher of the Year. At Matthew Gage Middle School, she's my special ed teacher, but she's not only an amazing teacher, she's an amazing colleague, an amazing mentor for our kids.
Mrs. Zaragoza takes the time to hear and understand every student's story. Her love in the classroom creates a sense of stability and structure that our students need and appreciate from her.
I met Miss Zaragoza spring of 2020. She was the advisor for my son, and she made his transition to online a very easy transition for my son and for me.
Ms. Zaragoza's ability to identify our most struggling students' needs and ability to provide interventions and support is amazing.
Under her leadership and guidance, I have just seen him blossom, and not only with his grades, but just within himself. She's just a wonderful, wonderful human being. I can't tell her and show her how much I just truly appreciate and love her.
As a teacher, Heather is amazing. She makes such great connections with her kids. They keep in contact with her well after middle school into high school. As a matter of fact, she was able to mentor a student through the employment process and help the student with interview skills, writing skills, how to answer questions. And this student now works at the Mayo Clinic.
Ms. Zaragoza played a big part in my life. I actually reached out to her a few months ago for a big interview I had and got a few pointers, and she really did help. And, gratefully I'm able to say I work for Mayo Clinic as an EMT going on for paramedic. And if it wasn't for my English teacher who invested so much time for me to be able to read and write, I wouldn't be in the position I am today.
I remember speaking with her before our winter break. Ms. Zaragoza was driving to all of our students' homes to drop off holiday gifts. Distance learning has been so challenging, but her kind act is just one way that she demonstrates how she teaches from the heart and how much she loves her community, staff, and students.
She is the best teacher that I have actually ever been with for language arts, instead of having one teacher like in elementary, because she helps me a lot in a way that students need help with.
Ms. Zaragoza, you made everything way cooler and way more fun and educational, and you're the best, teacher I've ever had, and that's what makes it cool. So, yeah, you're like the best teacher in the whole wide world.
She wasn't there just for a paycheck. She invested a lot of her time and effort to talk to us throughout whatever we were going through at that time. Because like myself, I grew up in the east side of Riverside, and any kid there can tell you it's rough sometimes. And it's always great to have someone to talk to. She treated everyone as if they were her own kids.
In addition to being a teacher and a special ed advisor here at Matthew Gage Middle School, she's also a club advisor for our Gator Gals. This club is instrumental in mentoring our young ladies on this campus. She emphasizes the need to serve in our community.
She was raised here in Riverside, and she truly believes in giving back to her community and making it better.
She takes these young ladies and has them feed the homeless. She builds with them that strength of empathy.
Congratulations, Ms. Zaragoza. Gage Middle School is so proud of you.
Ms. Zaragoza, I just want to say congratulations. You truly deserve this. You are an amazing teacher, mom, leader, and advisor.
I want to congratulate you from the bottom of my heart. Everything you do each and every day demonstrates that you're deserving of this recognition. Thank you.
We are encouraging all households to apply and reapply for the meal program by visiting riversideunified.org.
I think the food here is an upgrade.
Teriyaki chicken, chow mein, rice, and it's always good food.
It's good.
It's actually real food. They cook it fresh.
We come in every morning and we bake our cookies fresh.
It's always really good.
Food here is a huge step up.
I think it's good.
It's pretty good.
My favorite thing to eat is a cheeseburger.
Cheeseburger.
I had a burger, it was really good.
I got pizza.
Our pizzas are baked in the oven. We have pepperoni and cheese. We get fresh produce delivered twice a week. Strawberries, peaches, apples, oranges, plums, pears.
My favorite lunch is the daily specials where they have the chicken tenders.
I like the lasagna.
You just got a lot of things here.
You can apply for the meal program online by visiting riversideunified.org, so apply as soon as possible.
One of the things I find most impressive about Miss Alvers is her service and commitment to our Arlington community. She's a teacher in our moderate severe program, she's one of our yearbook advisors, she's a class advisor, and she's a club advisor. But more importantly, she's committed to the students in her classroom. She's mindful of the whole student, their academic achievement, their well-being, and their engagement.
She's very passionate about her students' learning and their well-being, and it's definitely evident anytime that you interact with her.
When I got this position here at Arlington, she was always so supportive and always put the kids first. And I knew that she was super genuine just with her actions and her words.
To know Miss Alvers is to know an educator who is equitable, empathetic, energetic, and excellent at working with students, staff, parents, and guardians.
Not only is she there for me professionally as a coworker, but she's also always there for me personally as a friend.
She's my colleague at Arlington High School, but through the years, we've also become friends.
She has become like an amazing friend in my life. I just truly appreciate her work ethic, just like her overall being.
She has this ability to build relationships with not only her students, but all of her families as well.
Christy Alvers is an amazing special ed teacher for my son. She is also my middle son yearbook advisor.
What I appreciate the most about Christy is her ability to think outside the box.
When the pandemic hit, she came up with all these ideas to do for them, and it really set the bar of class advisors.
This year, during the pandemic, I've had the opportunity to sit in every day, and she's just amazing.
There's so many different levels and reasons why Christy exudes Teacher of the Year. And first and foremost, it's definitely the support that she has for her students.
She just brings so much to the Arlington community.
As our department chair, she actually did a lot for our department. She made sure we were taken care of. She was our voice at meetings. She was an advocate for us, and it was nice to have her as our advisor because we could go to her if we had anything that we needed to get done.
She's very involved on Arlington's campus. You know, if I have a teacher dance, she's willing to go do that. If I have pictures that I need taken, she's willing to do that. She's part of Chain Gang for our football team. You know, she does yearbooks, she does clubs.
She does PALs, she teaches her classroom, she's in charge of yearbooks, she's a class advisor. That woman is amazing. She does so much, and she does everything happily. There's never a time where you see her down.
With her involvement with the yearbook, she still finds a way to have a personal connection with almost all students on campus, which is so crazy to think about that she doesn't even come into contact with them on a daily basis, but she's still able to get to know them, make sure they feel involved on the Arlington campus.
She's a great asset to Arlington. She's an Arlington alumni.
It's so inspiring how proud she is to be an Arlington Lion.
She is so incredible. She's so creative, so willing to go the extra mile for these students and really show her Arlington pride.
She's kind, she's compassionate. She always sees the good in her students. She recognizes their potential. I just can't say enough great things about her. She's awesome.
We have a theme at Arlington High School we call Remember the Name, and it's all about one question. How do you want your name remembered throughout our Arlington community? Well, Christy Alvar's name will forever be remembered as Riverside Unified School District's High School Teacher of the Year.
Congratulations, Christy. You are so awesome, and I'm so blessed to know that you are not only my coworker here on campus, but also a friend. You deserve this award without a doubt. The time, the energy, the love, the passion that you have is being recognized, and you deserve it 1,000%. So congratulations, and I'm so happy for you.
Christy, congratulations on winning a High School Teacher of the Year. You are a great person, hard worker, dedicated, lovable. I am so proud of you. And more than anything, I'm proud to call you my colleague, but especially my friend. Thank you, and congratulations again, Christy.
Christy, congratulations. I can't think of a more deserving person. It's such an honor to work with you. It's such an honor to be your friend. I'm so grateful for you and thankful for everything that you do for Arlington, but also very thankful to have you as someone in my life and someone I can rely on. So congratulations, you deserve it.
Christy, I'd like to say to you, thank you for all that you do for the Arlington community, all that you have done for me in my role as the student advisor. You have certainly made my role here at Arlington much smoother because of your support. So I thank you from the bottom of my heart. Congratulations.
Ms. Alvers, congratulations on being RUSD's High School Teacher of the Year. Not only are you an amazing special ed teacher, but the things you've done with yearbook, I can't imagine trying to put together a yearbook during a pandemic. And then to see you out volunteering, just everything you do is so amazing, and it's clear that you love your students. So thank you.
On behalf of our Arlington High School community, I'd like to express immense appreciation and offer congratulations to you, Ms. Alvers, on this well-deserved honor and recognition for your phenomenal dedication and service to Arlington High School.
RUSD families, Nutrition Services invites you to apply for the 2020-2021 meal program. All families are encouraged to apply beginning July 1st, 2020. If your student qualified for the meal program last school year, your household will need to reapply. If you did not qualify last school year and circumstances have changed, we encourage you to apply before the new school year resumes. If you qualify for the meal program, you may also qualify for programs such as utility assistance, SAT fee waivers, and college application fee waivers. For more information, visit riversideunified.org and don't forget to reapply or apply beginning July 1st, 2020.
Brown is my principal here at Harrison. I'm currently her AP, and
which is why you think that she deserves.
Not only as a professional, but also as a friend, wife, mother.
She has just been amazing to have as a principal. She has the ability to work with all personality types, with all different levels of classification on campus. Everyone is equal here at Harrison, and our mindset is always what's good for the kids is what our focus needs to be.
She puts students first. Whatever that means, whatever it takes, that's what she'll do.
I can't think of a more deserving person than you. You truly pour your heart and soul into your job, and your hard work and dedication do not go unnoticed.
I really appreciate the type of principal that you are. You are honest and open with all of us. And you create trust in your staff, which leads to professionalism. And these are just qualities that are so rare in a principal.
She truly believes in equity. All students deserve to have a quality education, and I love that.
You've been leading us very respectfully, empowering all of us as teachers, and helping us empower our students.
You're so kind, wonderful. I appreciate everything that you have done for me and the school and my family.
What you see is what you get. There's nothing fake or pretend about Ms. Brown.
Clarissa, congratulations. It has been an honor working with you. You are the best.
We are so lucky to have you as our fearless leader.
You're a hard worker. You have a big heart. Thank you for all that you do for me, for the teachers, our staff, our students, our community.
Thank you for always going above and beyond for our Harrison staff and of course for our students. We appreciate you.
Congratulations, Ms. Brown.
I'm sure I can speak on behalf of everyone, not only at Harrison, but also in the community and the district, that this is a well-deserved honor for you, and I'm very excited for you. Congratulations.
I appreciate you and I value your work here at Harrison. We couldn't be more proud, and we thank you for all you do and are so glad that you're a part of our Harrison family.
You're an amazing principal. You care so much about your students and your staff.
You deserve it. You're such a great leader. You're such a great administrator. And you're also a good friend. So congratulations once again.
Congratulations. My students and I are very proud of your accomplishments. They know that you always put them first.
You have great ideas and you motivate me to be a better teacher.
Congratulations on this very well-deserved honor.
I just want to say keep up the hard work. Congrats.
Congratulations, Miss Brown.
Congratulations, Clarissa.
Thank you for everything you do for RUSD.
Thank you. So proud of you. Such an honor.
Congratulations.
You're the best principal ever.
Hi, I'm Crystal Hart from the Department of Innovation and Learner Engagement, and today we're going to look at some free online tutoring opportunities for students 5th through 12th grade. Do you ever feel like you get stuck at home and you don't know who to ask? Wish you had someone to help you? RUSD now offers Paper, a free online tutoring service for all 5th through 12th grade students. Paper gives you access to live tutors via chat 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. You have unlimited sessions, and their tutors can help you with any academic subject. First, you'll need to log in to your Clever portal and then click on the Paper tutoring icon. Paper is super easy to use. You will open up to a dashboard, click on the content area you would like help with, or you can type in your question. Paper even has an essay review feature. Once you're connected with a tutor, a live person will start a chat with you. The first time that you use Paper, you will need to sign a code of conduct. Your code of conduct includes classroom etiquette, essay review guidelines, internet safety, and academic integrity. After you sign the code of conduct, you will begin a chat with your tutor. Tutors do not give answers, but they will help guide you to the correct answer. You will be able to use a whiteboard to show your work and have conversation with the tutor. Once you've solved your first question, they are there to help you if you need help with another question. If you'd like more information about Paper, the free online tutoring resource, visit bit.ly/RUSD-FAM20. That's bit.ly/RUSD-FAM20 for more details and more videos to help you.
I've known John Davis for over 10 years. John has been instrumental
As a member of the safety committee, he has led our efforts to have vaccines available for teachers and Riverside employees, and he has been the lead for our ongoing testing for our students and our staff that are in need of addressing their concerns related to COVID.
He oversees all our district nurses. He has been an integral part, especially with dealing with this pandemic and going out and securing additional nurses that would be needed to conduct all the additional testing, but all the contact tracing that is required.
He takes care of everyone he comes in contact with. Very patient, very kind, a great attitude, always making sure that every need is met with each and every one of his employees. He's really good at all that.
John has always been available and willing to assist me no matter what circumstances I may face. His patience and expertise have given me the security to perform my job duties with confidence.
John leads our department truly by his own example. He's very professional, he's very knowledgeable, he's forever optimistic, he's kind, and I'd say that no matter how busy he is, he will always take the time to listen with an empathetic ear.
He's a dedicated employee. He goes beyond and above the call of duty. He never, ever complains about anything, and he leads by example.
I can't think of a more deserving person, especially in the time of crisis, in the time of a pandemic, and you see people that kind of bubble up to the top and just take on those challenges, stay calm, become very informed. They're very competent at what they do. And so John epitomizes that.
This past year, he's helped our district navigate a huge amount of ever-changing health recommendations.
I've got to see firsthand his ability to be able to provide a service in a way that is very personable, and he's got an ability to speak a second language as well. So I see him meet the needs of our Spanish-speaking population and how he comes in and talks to them. And so for a lot of those reasons, he has been a rock. He works tirelessly.
He is constantly looking to serve and to provide for others. He is an instrumental member of the team. He is a godsend to have as a lead person in the area of health and wellness in the Riverside Unified School District. A liaison to the Riverside County Department of Public Health, and a constant member of the team who can assist and support in addressing the needs of staff, community, and parents.
Congratulations, John.
John, I just want to say congratulations to a job well done. You deserve all of this and more.
Thank you for all of your support to me and your commitment and your time.
Thank you so much, John, for what you do, and very well deserved, and keep at it.
John, I just want to thank you for all you have done and congratulate you with all my heart for your extraordinary work, your current recognition, and for all you do on behalf of the students that we serve.
Tonight I will be playing Edna Turnblad in the musical Hairspray for the RUSD Honors Musical.
When I heard about Hairspray auditions, I found out when it was right away.
My teacher made an announcement that Hairspray had auditioned, and I really wanted to be a part of it. It's a really good musical, and it talks about change and a different era coming up, and I really think that's cool for younger people and older people to watch.
The Honors Musical pulls students from all across our district, from all of our high schools. They're coming here to perform live at the Fox in this very amazing, professional, historic venue.
I play Tracy in Hairspray.
I play Seaweed J. Stubbs. He's like a cool cat.
I'm playing a Mission Street kid, and her name is Lorraine.
I play the flute.
I'm doing sound.
I'm the percussionist.
I am Shelly, the nicest kid in town.
I am a sound technician.
What I do is costumes. I do costumes.
I play keyboard in the pit.
I'm House Right Spot.
We have students on all aspects of production. They are on stage, they are backstage working with Live Nation stage crew, they are down in the pit working with professional musicians.
Playing alongside these professionals and having the chance to talk to them and get a little bit of input from them has been really beneficial in regards to showing them what a career would look like.
I have experience doing tech, but this is just way different because this is like an actual theater. It's not a school theater. I'm actually pursuing directing instead of acting as a career. And this production has really showed me like the more intricate parts of putting on a stage show.
It's an amazing opportunity to work with all the schools and all the kids and to have master workshops with people that already starred on Broadway that could help us with dancing and singing and acting, and it's a great way to open the door.
I'm Michelle Grotness, and I'm the director of Hairspray. The students that we find in the Honors Musical come from all of the high schools around the Riverside Unified School District. Students will meet with us 2 to 3 times a week for about 4 months, and here we are, and we're ready to go.
It's a really music-heavy show, so I've taught all of the vocal music to the cast, all of the leads, all of the ensemble. We're excited to have students from every high school this year.
It's very important that we host these district-wide opportunities for kids. One of the things that we don't do enough of is involve kids from many different genres of art across the district cooperating together and having fun. And this is one way we can do that.
It was awesome to have that experience with the kids from all the different schools. Getting together, it's really amazing. It's like a family. To me, it is.
Working with different people from other schools is like really cool. Like it creates basically like a family.
You get to meet these new students that have more experience than you, less experience. You got to help them out and they help you out. It's the best.
We're hearing that some of the students in past years are now going to each other's shows at their other schools. They're keeping in touch. So this really intensive experience is something that perhaps is launching a lifetime of a network for these students.
This is my first time doing this. I've been a tech at my school for a few years, and I figured I might need a change, and I might want to try something in a facility that's more different than the one I'm more used to.
It's so fun. It's like a new experience because this theater is completely different from like high school theaters.
It's great. We have room to move, for one.
It's just much more professional and it feels more like real.
It's the Fox Theater. I mean, there's more of everything.
We have to work with the cast, all the tech, all the sound, and the music is totally different.
The music pit for the Hairspray Orchestra consists of a mixture of professionals that we brought in from the surrounding communities, as well as a mix of high school students. We wound up with an exciting group of 16 students this year on saxophones, on trumpets, on percussion, drum set, everything in between, keyboards, and it's a fun, exciting mix of students overall.
It's been an honor to play with professionals, and they've taught me a lot.
I've never played with professionals. This is my first year doing this, and I tend to do it all next year and the year after that.
This is our 3rd time ever producing this event.
I started 3 years ago with Such Sweet Sorrow, and last year is The Chorus Line, and here I am for the 3rd time around.
This is my 2nd year, and I hope to do it for 2 more years.
This is my 2nd year doing the Honors Musical. First year I was an actor, 2nd I'm tech.
This is my first time doing the Honors Musical.
This is my 2nd time doing the Honors Musical.
This is my 3rd and final RUSD Honors Musical. I've been here since the beginning, and this is my last one, and I'm really excited to be a part of it.
This is all to put together a show for what we're anticipating to be over 3,000 people. We have 1,500 middle and high school students coming to see the production for the matinee, and then in the evening we'll have a community show for another sold-out house. We're working very closely with Live Nation, which is a nationwide theater management company that really helps to foster our students in the technical components. We're partnering with the Riverside Fox Foundation, who has helped to support some of our programs. We're working with colleges and universities who are coming to see some of our best students in action and talk to them about future opportunities as they move forward and pursue the arts as a career or even in college.
The practice you'll get is what's going to make you good.
I would recommend doing this show, both as an actor and as a tech. You get to meet new people, new directors and stuff like that.
And students as well. Please, come audition. One of the funnest things I've done for theater, especially.
You should really go through with it because it's amazing getting an opportunity to do it at this theater.
The minute the curtain opens, you hear the people clapping, you just automatically get this chill, you get teary-eyed. It's a great experience, it's a great feeling.
It is totally worth it.
I will definitely want to do it again. It's really fun.
Yes, it is. There it is. Hi, welcome back. The board has returned from closed session, and we do have a couple of items. I'll ask Dr. Hanson to. Here, I'm sorry. Dr. Hanson, I was just sharing that there are 2 items to report from closed session. If you would do that, sir. You, Dr. Hanson, appreciate it. Dr. Hanson, I recall that you were an Eagle Scout. You are? That's right. You are an Eagle Scout. That's right. I'm sorry. And your sons, I think, were as well. They are. So if you would, sir, on behalf of that great organization, would you lead us all in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Ready? Begin.
The motto, be prepared, right? So, thank you, Dr. Hanson. Good afternoon. I'm Tom Hunt, president of your RUSD Board of Education. On behalf of myself and my colleagues, Dr. Hanson and the 4,000 good employees of this district, I welcome you to the Board of Education's regular monthly business meeting, June 17th. This meeting will be live streamed on our RUSD YouTube channel, and if you'd like to view the meeting on Spanish live stream, please follow the link that is provided, which can be found on our website, www.riversideunified.org. riversideunified.org. Now, this meeting will also be held in person in the boardroom of the Riverside Adult School and is open to members of the public. We will be following the current and within the previous 72 hours State of California and County of Riverside health and safety guidelines. Under these revised COVID-19 protocols, which will be expanded upon under our superintendent's report, this meeting of the RUSD board is a business meeting and not a school event, even though we're being held at a school. Therefore, under the new state guidelines, facial masks are required indoors unless fully vaccinated, That distinction is left to each attendee here tonight for their truthfulness and concern for others. So you that are vaccinated, if you'd like to take your mask off, if you don't, whatever. For members of the public who would like to address the Board of Education on items of business to be transacted or discussed by the board, the items that are on the agenda, numbered, etc., please see a staff member at the entrance and they will assist you. The differential here is that comments focus on items that are posted on the June 17th agenda. The regular items should be offered, your comments should be offered to those items as they come up. I'd like to introduce Assistant Superintendent Sergio San Martin to provide this message in Spanish.
Thank you, President Hunt. Muy buenas tardes y bienvenidos a la reunión de la Junta de Educación del 17 de junio del 2021. Esta reunión se transmitirá en vivo en el canal YouTube del Distrito Escolar. Si gustan ver esta reunión en español, sigan el enlace incluido dentro del orden del día, el cual puede encontrar en nuestro sitio de línea en www.riversideunified.org. Esta reunión se llevará a cabo en persona en la sala de la Junta de Educación en la Escuela de Adultos de Riverside y estará abierto al público. La Junta respetará las órdenes de salud y seguridad del Estado durante la reunión. Debido a que esta reunión es de negocios y no un evento escolar, se requiere el cubrebocas en la sala, a menos que esté vacunado. Para aquellos miembros del público que desean dirigirse a la Junta de Educación sobre los asuntos de negocios a ser tratados o discutidos, por favor consulte con un miembro del personal en la entrada y ellos le ayudarán. A los miembros del público que pueden encontrar la información para cómo presentar sus comentarios públicos en el orden del día de la Junta de Educación. Muchas gracias. Back to you, Mr. Hunt.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate it. Let me add before we begin, also back to the public comments. In order to ensure that the Board of Education's business meeting flows smoothly with the clock and has time, the board president has the right that if there are multiple comments to be made, people put it in, that want to talk about yellow cans, for instance, then I can reduce that to 20 minutes total for everyone. So I will be doing that just as folks come up when it comes to anything that wants to be said, and that includes the folks on Zoom, regarding CDC, state of California, mask required, what's going to happen in August when we go back to school, et cetera, which, by the way, we don't know a lot yet from what the state is organizing on that, but we'll hear more of that. So next, presentation to the board. June is LGBTQ Pride Month. Pride Month acknowledges the work and achievements for equal justice and opportunities for lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, and queer Americans. The purpose of this month, not the least the same goals for the celebration in October of Hispanic Heritage Month, February for Black History Month, and April is Asian Pacific Heritage Month, is to recognize a positive impact that the LGBTQ individuals have had on the history locally, nationally, and internationally, to promote and foster self-affirmation, warranted dignity for each and all, and returned equity, equality, and indivisibility for all. Supported by 4 U.S. presidents, just recently President Joe Biden, former President Bill Clinton, President Barack Obama, and in 2019, President Donald J. Trump added his name to that impressive list of his peers in acknowledging June as National Pride Month. I will say, true to character, President Trump did it by tweet and not an official press release. Tonight, Dr. Jacqueline Perez, our Assistant Superintendent for Equity, Access, and Community Engagement, has brought us an esteemed speaker and to provide us a special presentation. Dr. Perez?
Good evening, President Hunt, Dr. Hanson, and esteemed board members. I'm absolutely thrilled to introduce our speaker this evening, Mr. Jorge de los Santos, to celebrate Pride Month and affirm our solidarity with the lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, and queer community. Mr. de los Santos graduated from UC Riverside with a bachelor's degree in women's studies and anthropology. As the Director of Programs and Prevention at True Evolution, one of Jorge's passions is working specifically with the LGBTIQ+, Chicanx, and Latinx individuals. Jorge is also one of our founding members of the RUSD Equity Task Force. Welcome, Jorge.
Sir.
Oh, okay. It's my first time here, so hello everyone. So today's presentation is going to consist of snapshots of LGBT culture, history, and the importance of LGBT inclusion and advocacy. And there's a PowerPoint. Oh, is it going to pop up? Okay, cool. Next. So a little bit about me. So again, my name is Jorge de los Santos. I'm the director of True Evolution. I'm also a product of this school district. Ramona graduate 2010, and I stayed local, went to UCR, and now I'm here 11 years later presenting and happy to be here. Next. So as LGBT individuals, we need to really talk about our past, our present, and where we should be moving forward. As LGBT people of color, we must understand our history and how intersectionalities play a role in our educational careers. Next. A little snapshot of the past. We really want to acknowledge a generation that was lost. When we look back at 1978, a group was formed, a gay men's chorus, but a few years later, the HIV epidemic killed off a lot of the individuals. This photo here represents all those in black are those who lost their lives from HIV/AIDS, and the ones in white were the ones that survived. So again, 300 people passed away. Again, that's all different leaders within the community that were lost. Next. And then when we move forward to 1969 to Stonewall, Stonewall was a big catalyst to the LGBT community. We have individuals like Marsha P. Johnson, Sylvia Rivera, who really were catalysts to this movement. Next. And then here I wanted to present youth, because a lot of the times we think about adults. We have youth here, and then next, who are current LGBT leaders in the community, and then next, and then next again. And then again, I wanted to show that youth really come in all shapes, sizes, and colors, and it doesn't matter what age, youth will always advocate for themselves, but they also need our support as well. Next. So a lot of LGBT youth laws and policies do exist in California, but today I really wanted to highlight something different. So next. So the numbers, next. Yeah, so these numbers are really important. So what do these numbers mean? So in 2021, we had 14,000 students in high schools. We had 8,000 students in middle schools. The Williams Institute did a study back in 2017 that found that 10.3% of youth in public middle school and high schools identified as LGBT. So I really wanted to present you with numbers of an estimated amount of students currently in the district that identify as LGBT. Because a lot of the times when we look at LGBT youth, we assume maybe there's 5 in Ramona, maybe there's 10 here, but realistically, in a good academic year, there's 4,000 students. 4,000 students, it's a lot of students. And that's why I really wanted to put these numbers in front of everyone, because next time someone says, well, LGBT students don't exist, you could show them this number and be like, no, there's maybe 2,000 to 4,000 students, depending on who you're asking. Next. And then something about these numbers that is really important is that, next, LGBT harassment is not only student to student. Back in 2009 in Northern California, there was essentially a lawsuit that showed that staff and adults were the ones harassing the students, and the students weren't really harassing LGBT students. So what the district did was took initiative and followed up with implementing trainings for staff and faculty to be more culturally sensitive and aware that their words do hurt. And students going to school, the last thing they want to hear is harassment from their teachers, right? These people who are supposed to be educating them. Next. And here are some California education codes that really highlight LGBT protections. The 2 codes that I did want to highlight are sections 48907 that protects your rights to discuss LGBT issues and topics in schools. So students need to be aware that they could have conversations and not really face any, they essentially not get in trouble for it. Even though some teachers will say you can't talk about that, there are education codes that protect students' voices. And the next one was sections 1930 and 51939, where a sex education class, like all other classes, can't reflect or promote bias against any persons on the basis of their gender or sexual orientation. Again, bringing back this inclusion within the classroom, and again, all these students are following from what these teachers are showing. Next. And then another thing is, does that all change when we look at race, ethnicity, and sexuality? Next. Surprising, it's yes. So a lot of the youth in the juvenile system, 1 in 5 identify as LGBT youth. 85% of those who are people of color. And when we talk about HIV/AIDS specifically, a lot of them are bisexual men and youth of color. Next. So what does that essentially mean is, next. is having, what does that look for like the future? I really wanted to highlight kind of like our staff. A lot of our staff is people of color, really reflects the community we're serving. And when we say we're moving forward, it's also important for staff to also reflect those students being served. And that is something you could just look at, like your student demographics. Is the teacher really reflective of the student? And then next. I know kind of I have one more minute, but something I really wanted to highlight within the Riverside community was when the Pulse Massacre did happen, our community, our leaders came forward next. We were able to have a big gathering of people who showed support, and a lot of people were moved and touched of that unity and the quick mobilization of not only the community, but our leaders. And then next, the last thing I did want to share was different organizations in the region doing the work. A lot of these organizations are accessible to the youth. And yeah, I did go over time, so I will end it now saying that LGBT inclusion is important. And when you think maybe there's students, just go back to that slide. I just want to emphasize that 2,000 to 4,000 students currently who might identify as LGBT in our school district, and I'll end it with that.
Mr. De Los Santos, Director, we very much appreciate that presentation to the Board of Education. On behalf of this board, Dr. Hanson, district staff, 4,000 district employees, and some 40,000 students, a portion who identify themselves as among the grouping of LGBTQ, apologize. We thank you, and I thank you for your presence here tonight, an appropriate and appealing presentation. God bless you. Thank you, sir. Now we will move on to item F, special recognition items. We have a very special portion of our meeting tonight, which is bittersweet to one aspect, as well as a celebration of an individual, an education leader, who after some 26 years of contributions in RUSD to the advancement of student learning, respect for others in all dealings, including with our district staff and stakeholders, and, well, in the language of public education. Tonight, being his last meeting as our district superintendent, he is commencing, as we talk about in education terms, to a very well-deserved second part of his life. So tonight, the Board of Education will recognize Dr. David C. Hanson for his exceptional service to the Riverside Unified School District. I have the pleasure to introduce, I'm not going to introduce him yet, am I, Beth? I have a pleasure at this time, though, to introduce Chief Academic Officer and incoming Superintendent, Ms. Renee Hill, who will lead us to there. Is that correct? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hunt. As you said, we would like now to take some time to thank Dr. Hanson for his service in education and to wish him the best in his upcoming adventures. We will begin and end with a video. In between, there will be remarks by distinguished guests, followed by our esteemed trustees and remarks from the honoree himself. Team, would you please show the VAPA video? Dr. Hanson, this is a video the VAPA team made because you have been such a strong supporter of the arts. And as a small token of gratitude, the arts department put together a performance to celebrate you. It is specially recorded this past semester in your honor and features the choirs from all RUSD high schools singing Seasons of Love from Rent with images and videos from arts programs throughout the district.
Measure a year.
I'd like to invite guests who have brought a joint resolution from Senator Roth and Assemblymember Jose Medina's office. Michaela Cruz will be representing Senator Roth's office. Aaron Dill and Esther Portillo will be representing Assemblymember Jose Medina's office.
Good evening. My name is Michaela, and I'm here on behalf of Senator Richard D. Roth. Thank you for having me. It is my honor to be here, and we are happy to present this joint resolution. Many of us are aware of Superintendent Hansen's accomplishments here in RUSD, but I just also want to mention it's been a pleasure to work with him these past few years. He's been a strong advocate on the state level for continuing funding, the expansion of mental health services, and particularly this past year as the state struggled with the COVID-19 pandemic. He was a critical voice for the senator in trying to navigate that, and a great advocate for our community. So just thank you, Dr. Hansen.
My name is Aaron, and I am from the office of Assemblyman Jose Medina, along with Esther here. I just wanted to say, piggyback off what so many others are saying, that you are amazing. Thank you so much for your contributions to the students here. Assemblyman Medina is a longtime educator with over 34 years of classroom experience, and the lives that he's touched are very similar to the lives that you have touched. So take that with you, and thank you so much for your contribution to RUSD.
If you could come up so we can take a picture and present it to you.
Get my mic. Mayor Patricia Locke Dawson was not able to be here tonight, but she has a proclamation as well. And I'm going to ask her right arm, Mrs. Kathy Allevey, our colleague, and who works with Mrs. Locke Dawson, Mayor Locke Dawson, on many subjects, if she would present that to you as well and be included in the picture. And thank you all young people, Michaela and Aaron and Esther. Thank you, young people, and take our regards back to good Senator Roth and our friend and former colleague, Jose Medina. Now I'm going to call upon my colleagues for your remarks. These remarks, we have regular remarks when you want to talk about other things a little bit down the line, but remarks that you may have about Dr. David C. Hansen, our superintendent. So if I will call on first, Mr. Dale Kinnear, Trustee Kinnear.
Sorry, I think we have a special video for you, Dr. Hansen, and I made my remarks in that video. But such a wonderful day for you, a successful career that we're all so fortunate to have been able to spend with you. As a former colleague, we worked together as principals. Those were some of the best days of my life. I've learned a lot from you over the years. Thank you very much for your service.
Thank you. Can you hear me? So Riverside's been very fortunate, been blessed with many good leaders throughout the years, but none better than Dr. Hansen. Dr. Hansen should feel proud because the district he walked into 7 years ago is not the district he is leaving. We are on a strong footing, and he is handing over the reins to Ms. Hill of a very stable, organized, and focused school district. And I want to thank Dr. Hansen for his people-first approach. It was a refreshing direction which has served us well through the years. And I wish him only the best as he gets to spend time with the family he so dearly loves. Best wishes.
Hello, Farouk. Doctor.
Thank you, President Hunt. I just want to express my deep gratitude to you, Dr. Hansen, for all of your years of service, your friendship. And one thing I've always admired about you is that the way that you conduct yourself as a leader, for the school district or in the community, is exactly the kind of person you are in every facet of your life. And I think that's a very honorable thing. And I've just had the pleasure of having you as a friend. and just your unrelenting focus about students being at the center of every decision, and as Trustee Alavi mentioned about just your focus on people, the relationship aspect of life, I think is just something that we all aspire to and appreciate. And I just, I don't remember who specifically said this, but that education touches the future. And so I think the legacy of your entire time, your career, not just as a superintendent, but as an educator, as a principal, administrator, everything, you've touched the future in a profound way for so many generations, and that love that you lead by carries on in all of us. And so God bless you, and thank you again for your service.
Thank you, Dr. Farouk. It's my term. There is a video, David, here in a moment. David Hansen started out as a woodshop teacher at Central High School, hired by our friend and former colleague from Mrs. Alavi and I sitting up here, Lou Vanderzeel. And I've always thought that David is still a woodshop teacher, because even though his master's and his doctorate in education leadership, the way he does things that Mrs. Alavi talked about is to continue to mold a raw product or perhaps a misused product to a product that's useful, to sand it down and to varnish it. And if I said those things up there, I'll be embarrassed. But we're a 140-year-old district. We're longer established than our own city. Founding fathers wanted a school district first, and mothers, and they understood the importance of it. We have a great history. We have, in 1965, the first school district in the United States to voluntarily desegregate. Think about that, 1965. I saw Mr. Littleworth the other day, 98 years old, school board president at the time. We're the first district to have the AVID program. Mrs. Frost brought that, former school board member, Maxine Frost, to us under Dr. Rainey's time at Ramona. It is still considered one of the very, very best in the world. And I'll tell you a little story about, I proved that a little while ago. Dr. Hansen is an outstanding district superintendent. That isn't my claim, that's the state of California's claim. In 2018, he was named the California Superintendent of the Year. And I think in those 140 years, and I've only been here 14 of them, but what David Hansen did when he came in was to take a culture, and you can imagine in any business, but particularly in a business that sort of repeats in a way the things they do and add. He took a culture and made it one that was more user-friendly, encouraged people within it, whether it's students or whether it's employees, people that want to be employees, to strive for the best, to give them the tools. He cares about social and emotional. He cares about a lot of people. You can't pick your family, but if I could, I would pick David Hansen to be in mine, because I know that I would have a cousin, a friend, a brother that would be there for me, that was trusted, but he would be there for me as he has been during his 7 years in our relationship when one of us is walking through a dark valley. He's a hoot to party with if you like lemonade, and he has a wonderful family, and we only wish him the best. Dr. Hansen, I will now, believe it or not, I have a gift to give you. Hard to buy for David Hansen for a lot of reasons, but David, Dr. Hansen, that your board chipped in on this. This is something we want you to remember us in those cold back window. Make him show you the picture if you run it. This is to you from us. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
I wrapped it myself.
Wrapped good, Mr. Hunt. Oh, looky there. Arlington color. Yay. Well, thank you. Thank you very much. So great. Thank you.
Picture later. I want to thank Rojas and and we still have the video. And then, yes.
I can talk right now.
Thank you so very much. You know, the goal of any of us here in Riverside is to make our schools stronger. And for that, I have a lot of reasons for optimism as I reflect back on my career, and certainly the last several years as superintendent. I feel that the district is strong in so many areas, and I'm grateful to have been part of that. I want to thank our Board of Education, and I see Gail Cloud out there. And I don't see Mayor Locke Dawson here, but Miss Cloud was on the original board, and of course, Miss Locke Dawson, and grateful to have you here, Dr. Farouk. But I want to thank the Board of Education for your support and for giving me the opportunity to serve as superintendent of this great school district and to serve the children of Riverside for these past many years. I also want to thank all my colleagues. We know that it takes team effort to do quality work, and this team has done quality work. So thank you very much for what you bring to RUSD every day, and especially for the personal friendship that you have shown to me and some of you for many years. Last, I want to express my gratitude to the entire community of Riverside for the past 32 years since my wife and I moved here. When we moved here 32 years ago, we had a 20-month-old and a 2-month-old. And now those are, of course, 33, soon to be 34 and 32. And what a wonderful city to rear our 6 children. Riverside is a beautiful city. The people are beautiful. The students are absolutely awesome. And it's just been a privilege to be part of the city in some way or the other, living and working for all these years. So thank you for just a wonderful journey. Now you've heard that we are relocating. All of our 6 kids do not live in the state of California. North Carolina, Texas, Colorado, Utah. And we have 2 daughters who are married and are homeowners living in Utah, and 4 grandchildren. And we're going to go relocate and be closer to the kids and grandkids. And I got a t-shirt when I walked in last night that says, "I'm not retired, I'm a full-time grandpa." So if you wonder what I'm going to be doing, that's what we're going to be doing, is spending time with family and loved ones. So there's just blessings to all of you. It's truly been a blessing to be in Riverside for so many years, and thank you for such a wonderful career. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Hanson.
Well, thank you, Dr. Hanson, for all that you have put into us. We will make the best of it. We'll close now with a video tribute. There were many people who wanted to give a tribute, so it is 10 minutes long. I know that's longer than your rule. So I'm telling you right now, we violated the rule. It's 10 minutes long, and then we'll come back for superintendent's comments.
Our students and family and our city have been blessed to have Dr. Hanson serve as our leader for the past 7 years. Under David's leadership, we have hit major milestones academically and interpersonally. As the Oak Ridge boys once asked, "When the race is run, when my song is sung, will I have to wonder, did I make a difference?" I think we all know that David Hanson has made a great difference.
Sorry I can't be there tonight for your last meeting, but I'm taking one of your lessons you taught me. And therefore, today I'm enjoying some time away with my family during our summer break. Your success in developing leaders will benefit our district and our students for years to come. Thank you for leaving our district and community better than you found it.
Congratulations, Dr. Hanson, on a well-earned retirement. I can't express the extent of gratitude and appreciation for all of your dedicated service. It has been a privilege for me to have a friend that always has had the students at the center of their thought process. God bless you, and wishing you all the best on this next chapter of your life.
Dave. Yes, I just called Dr. Hanson by his first name. I did that purposely. Dr. Hanson has my professional respect for his knowledge, his expertise, and his experience. But it's the fact that he's Dave that makes him an outstanding educator and leader. I offer you my sincere congratulations on a successful career, and I wish you the very best in retirement.
Out of the many years worth of memories that I have about working with you, Dr. Hansen, you have demonstrated to me firsthand what kindness, patience, and grace look like in the workplace. I have seen you battle highs and lows, but I have never seen you lose those qualities that elevate us all. Your grandchildren will be very lucky to learn those same lessons at your feet. Good luck to you always.
Hi, Dave. I want to wish you and your family best of everything in your next chapters of this journey. Thank you so much for building so much that serves as a launching pad to do more and do better. Thanks for everything you have done and will do for me personally and for the students, community, and region of Riverside.
I will be eternally grateful for your friendship, your mentorship, and our relationship. I wish you and Diane nothing but the best in the next adventure, and I know our paths will continue to cross.
You will be missed. You have provided us so much. Personally, you have taught me to have courage, compassion, and to connect. Go enjoy building, creating, being a husband, a father, a friend, but most importantly, cherish the moments with your grandchildren. Be that grandpa you deserve to be.
I can't thank you enough for serving as my boss, mentor, and friend over the years. I've learned so much under your leadership and guidance. Truly it's because of you that I feel more prepared than ever for the rest of my leadership journey. So this isn't a goodbye, but a see you later.
I am so grateful to have been part of your cabinet team for the past several years. I extend my gratitude and appreciation to you and wish you and your family the best in the next chapter of your life. You will be missed. Congratulations and thank you.
Thank you for your energy, passion, wisdom, and dedication to the students, parents, staff, and community of Riverside. Your leadership has made a difference in the lives of countless individuals. I hope that your retirement allows you to focus on the family. My thanks to Diane for sharing you with us all.
Hey Dad, you're amazing. So proud of you for finishing strong. Excited to have you come up here and live next to us and for your next adventure. Love you.
We're excited for you. The kids and Heidi and myself are all excited to have you around more. Congratulations.
I love you, Grandpa. I love you, Grandpa.
Love you, Dad. Thanks for being such a great example.
I love you, Grandpa. You're the best. I'm so proud of you. You're the best. Love you, Grandpa. I love you, Grandpa. You're really the best grandpa in the whole wide world.
Congratulations. We love you and are so proud of you. I couldn't ask for a better father-in-law. Hi, Dad. Just wanted to let you know how proud I am of you and how much I appreciate the example you've given me of being just a really hard worker. And I really look up to you and the career that you've had. But I will say I'm so excited for you to retire. I'm really excited to be able to spend more time with you and to see you more often. And just wanted to say I love you and I'm excited for you. And yeah.
Hello, dear. I just want to let you know how much I love you. I'm so grateful for you, the wonderful person that you are, the amazing leader that you are. I am so grateful that we've had this amazing journey here in Riverside and that we've got to know so many beautiful people that have been supportive and kind and loving, and I'm so grateful. I love you. I'm really looking forward to this exciting adventure that we have coming up, just to be together and to be with our family. I love you. Thank you to everyone, and thanks, dear.
On behalf of the Board of Education and the entire Albert community, you have set a very high standard that we all continue to reach for. Best wishes, Dave. God bless.
After every meeting, phone call, or conversation I experienced with Dave, I felt better, encouraged, and joyful to have interacted with one of humanity's more positive additions. Dave, you have run the race well. May you enter this new phase of life with peace and joy. May the Lord continue to bless.
Your ability to lead with compassion, along with establishing and maintaining good relationships with others, is what truly is a key ingredient of a great leader.
Congratulations. And I just want to say that we will all be taking a little piece of your leadership with us no matter where we go. May your journey be so wonderful as you continue on to the next phase of your life.
Happy retirement to you and your family, and may you enjoy your time everywhere you go. Good luck, and know that I will miss you, my friend.
He comes to the table to add and never to subtract. My dear brother, I will miss our collaboration, and I wish you and your dear family health and happiness in your next chapter of your life.
Thank you very much for your many years of support of RUSD and the STEP programs, the Science and Technology Educational Partnership. I wish you great happiness and joy in your retirement.
On behalf of Riverside Council PTA, I thank you for your service to our community.
Your interest in public safety and working with your police and fire department has just made this school district a safer place and a safer community. And I'm just real proud to partner with you and have been your friend.
You really embody the ideal of going above and beyond for our districts, and I couldn't be more honored to have you lead throughout my education in RUSD.
On behalf of Empower You Entertainment and Riverside County NAACP Youth Council, we thank you for our partnerships.
You've left an indelible impression on our community and its educational leaders, and I wish you the best in your future endeavors.
Dr. Hanson, David, if I may, congratulations on your retirement. I know that you will continue to be an incredible force for good wherever you find yourself.
I just want you to know that you've made a big impact on so many people throughout your whole great career. And I'm one of those that you have made a huge difference on my leadership style and my skills. And I owe you a lot. And I just want you to enjoy your retirement, enjoy your family, and please stay in touch.
Wishing you and Diane nothing but the best over in Utah. Know that we here in Riverside County are going to miss you. You and I, as you know, 30 plus years ago, were young teachers over at Central Middle School and just had a wonderful time. And we've remained friends since. And I really appreciate you and your friendship and wishing you nothing but the best in your transition. And God bless you and your family. And take care, bud.
Congratulations, Dave. I'm excited for you in this next chapter of your life. You've left the district in great hands. I couldn't have asked for a better superintendent or a better friend. Best of luck in your new life. Thank you, Dr. David Hanson, for your 7 years of leadership and service as superintendent of the Riverside Unified School District, the district you first started teaching for in 1989. We're thankful for your efforts in bringing all your expertise to the students, parents, educators, and the residents of the city of Riverside and Riverside County. We look forward to working with Ms. Renee Hill as one of the successful leaders you have developed around you during your time as the Riverside Unified School District Superintendent. Thank you for your service and best of luck in your retirement.
Ms. Hill, who can we thank? I know that you had a great staff working on that, and go ahead and say their names. They deserve
Yes,
that.
I'll ask Dr. Perez to do that, but as I was watching that, I was thinking this is work so well done.
You did. Ms. Perez, just thank those that helped on this.
Absolutely. The entire communications department, Jeff Brandy Nickenick.
Yes, thank you. All right, at this time, we're going to take a short break, take a picture with Dr. Hanson in his jacket, allow y'all to say hi to him. We'll be back in 10 minutes. All right, thank you. So I got to get a teacher up here to help me, I think. All right, we're going to reconvene, and our next item will be, appropriate enough, superintendent's comments. Dr. Hanson.
Thank you, President Hunt. And again, welcome to members of the public. We're going to jump back into the normal school board meeting. But as you're aware, the governor made announcements this week about opening portions of our economy. And while he did provide some relief in schools, like no masks with 6 feet distancing outside still, he held in place other restrictions pending announcements closer to the opening of next school year. We will and we are advocating for reasonableness in the guidelines and will continue to keep the public informed. We anticipate making some statements on Monday, June the 21st, after we officially receive the information regarding Cal OSHA and what it has made, and the announcements there as the governor addressed those even later this afternoon. So you can look for more information, school board and community members, on the updates between OSHA and the governor on Monday the 21st. But as of now, school campuses need to still, for the kids that are on there and staff, wear the face coverings except for outside. They are relieved, they don't need to, but there still needs to be the social distancing, as I mentioned. Outside of that, the district office, the central office, the adults, they are not under those restrictions to wear those coverings, as I mentioned. Something else, a bright spot within our district, we have many, but one I want to highlight is Inspire Her Minds. This brings together young girls and those interested in the STEM field, along with STEM specialists, to encourage, excite, and inspire young women about STEM careers, as well as develop personal and professional leadership skills. The program brings students together to hear from women, tell about their journey in the STEM world, and we are so grateful to our partners. We partner with UCR, CBU, Mount SAC, Borns Incorporated, among other community partners. And this event is also available through generous donations from Greater Riverside Chamber of Commerce and Athena. And this spring, we provided a virtual event for Inspire Her Mind, which included hands-on components with STEM kits that all the students received. Why I'm sharing this with you is because we are submitting the Golden Bell application. You may be familiar with that for this event, as we're excited to share in the innovative approach that we took to increase students in their interest in STEM. So wait to hear more of that from us. Then just several different recognitions. Certainly because our school year and because of the pandemic and COVID, things were extended specifically with CIF. And we finished school and had promotions and had graduations long before we finished some of our athletic events. So I'd like to just announce and congratulate Ramona Baseball received the Scholar Athletes from RSUE as the highest team GPA in the county for baseball. Thank you. Thank Dr. Gomez for letting us know that, and for those young people on that baseball team. That was outstanding, the highest in the county. Martin Luther King Girls Soccer CIF Division champs, Division III champs. We congratulate the soccer team at MLK. North High School Girls Track Team won Division II Team Championship. We congratulate them. MLK High School Boys Volleyball won CIF Division V Championship. The Arlington High School baseball team defeated Palos Verdes 7-6 to advance to the Division III CIF Championship game. And the game is scheduled for this Friday, June the 18th, against Millikan High School at Cal State University Long Beach, the Blair Field at 6 o'clock p.m. So we can wish them the very best tomorrow night in that championship at Arlington High School. Go ahead and applaud. And last, again but not least, again, the MLK High School boys basketball team won their first round game at the, can you believe we're talking about boys basketball in the spring? That's how CIF extended stuff. So the boys basketball team won their first round game of the Southern California Regionals, defeating Granada Hills 65-62, and they will play in the Southern California Regional semifinals, actually, tonight at 7 o'clock at the La Costa Canyon High School. They compete this evening, so we wish that team and that community the very best as they compete tonight. And that concludes my superintendent's report for this evening. I'm looking at Chief Academic Officer Ms. Hill. Is there anything that you can add to that? Okay, that concludes the report, President.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Hanson and Ms. Hill. But thank you, Dr. Hanson, for that. And congratulations to our sports team. So much an important thing to make sure a child is involved in 2 extracurricular activities at their school, because it proven to raise their grade point average, one, from A to B, B to A, and to be more involved, be socially more accepted, and have a better time. So now we'll go to public input. Now these will be items, again, that aren't an item that's on the agenda. So already, you will have 3 minutes, and up there. Can I see a show of hands? How many folks here may be wanting to speak on, and your comments are centered around the governor's, California's protocols on safety, mask, how school's going to be open, et cetera, and so forth? Do I count? Okay, that's less than, all right, 2, 3. All right. So, going to do it in 20 minutes, all right? And we're going to do the best we can. We'll have that 20 and hit very apt young people. You saw them back there. We'll keep it timed, and that will include, though, and I'll do my best, include the folks that are going to call on Zoom. If I begin to see some other subjects that are beginning to dominate, we'll talk then, but let's not try to get too far ahead of ourselves. So at this time, I'm going to call on Ms. Brandy Wiggin, who is our all things electronics, calling in to open the queue for item H, public input.
If you are a member of the public who has joined the Zoom call today to comment on agenda item H, public input, for all items that are not listed on the agenda, you may now enter the queue until the item begins by using the raise hand function if you are logged in using the computer, or *9 if you are using your phone to call in. Once again, the queue is only open for agenda item H, public input.
Thank you, Ms. Wiggin. How many callers do you have calling in at this time?
At this time, we have 2 callers on Zoom and 10 speakers in the room.
Okay, so let's start with 5 in the room, and then go to 2, and then go back to 5, and see where we are. Is that okay?
We now have 3 callers present.
Okay, you're going to have 3 callers. Well, maybe we'll get to 5 by the time it's their turn. So would you, Ms. Wiggin, thank you for your work here. Would you please call our first speaker for public input that is here physically in the room?
Thank you. The queue is now closed. As a reminder, speakers have 3 minutes, and at the end of the 3 minutes for each speaker, we will promptly move on to the next. Our first speaker is Beth Ann Williams, followed by Elizabeth Remp. Beth Ann, you may make your way to the podium. Your 3 minutes will start when you begin.
Just pull that mic down to fit you, Ms. Williams. Have her work. Here you go.
Hi, my name is Beth Ann Williams. I am here representing my children and all the innocent, defenseless children attending our public schools. People are starting to wake up to the lies that are being perpetrated on them in the name of public health. We are witnessing a massive experimental vaccine campaign, and our children are now the primary targets. All of you on this board have a responsibility to them. Children are the least at risk for COVID, everyone knows. In spite of this truth, they have become the primary targets of this agenda. They have mandated very harmful masks last school year, and they're now poised to do the same for the coming year. This is clearly a calculated move by the governor and the California Department of Public Health. We know that the plan is to keep all students in masks until the EUA gets full approval. And once the full approval arrives, they can implement their medical apartheid. The medical precedent for pulling the plug on a vaccine has always been 50 deaths. The VAERS website cites 5,000 deaths, 15,000 hospitalizations to date. These numbers only represent a fraction of the hospitalizations and deaths. Data shows that 1 in 9 adolescents have suffered a severe adverse event. The CDC is aware of hundreds of alarming reports of heart swelling in teenagers and young adults, which is slated for review later in June. New evidence suggests actual deaths could be closer to 50,000. What's going on? Why is this being encouraged for our children? Why are they being coerced? Money is fueling this agenda, and fear is perpetuating this agenda. There is early prevention for COVID. There is treatment for COVID to not be hospitalized, but these treatments have been suppressed in order to fuel this campaign. I dare to calculate the lives that have been lost due to the suppression of the treatments. Natural immunity is God-given. It's the best you could ever have. However, natural immunity has been completely ignored because it doesn't reel in the money. I hope those listening will start doing a lot more research on these experimental biological injections. They are not vaccines as we know them. They bear great risks to our children in the short term and absolutely great risk in the long term. Don't let your child be a guinea pig. If you do your research, you cannot, with a clear conscience, sign up your child to be a guinea pig in this giant medical experiment. If your children are forced to be in this giant medical trial, it is a crime. There is actually a growing crowd outside of this building, and we're going to be back every meeting hereafter. If you force this experimental biological injection on our kids, you will see a mass exodus out of your school system.
Our next speaker is Elizabeth Remp, followed by Kelly Tinker. Elizabeth, you may make your way up to the podium. You will have 3 minutes.
Yes, Mr. Are you speaking on the same subject? I'm just trying to keep score. Okay. All right. Yes, ma'am. And just pull the mic best to you how it works.
Okay.
There you go.
Okay, my name is Lisa Rimp, and health and fitness is my passion. So I'm here to speak about the critical thinking points that we should consider from the California Department of Public Health guidelines mandating masks for students before going into the next school year. Masks sound like a good idea because they may block some droplets, but we have much more information about COVID than we did a year ago. Even the recently updated guidelines do not reflect, nor do they state scientific data to support their statements. Today, staff and students over 12 are vaccinated if they chose to do so. I could cite quietly released CDC stats and facts about this 99.9% survivable virus, but in 3 minutes, the bottom line is that masks simply do not provide protection against viral transmission. I believe there are many families like ours who favor masks being optional for in-person learning. Those who want to wear them can, but no one is forced. Both mandatory masks in person or being on a screen all day virtually have detrimental effects on our students' physical and physiological health. I'd like to bring a mask study recently published just 2 days ago to your attention as an example. A group of parents in Florida concerned about the potential harms from masks submitted 6 face masks to a lab for analysis. These face masks studied were new or freshly laundered before they went to the lab. They were worn for 5 to 8 hours, mostly during an in-person schooling day by children. 1 was worn by an adult. The resulting report found that 5 masks were contaminated with bacteria, parasites, and fungi, including 3 with dangerous, pathogenic, and pneumonia-causing bacteria. No viruses were detected on the masks, although the test was capable of testing for viruses. A t-shirt worn by one of the children and an unworn mask were tested as controls. No pathogens were found on the controls. The following visual aid, because I don't have time to read it all to you, are everything they found on these masks after those 5 to 8 hours. How can we justify this as appropriate to continue to follow mask requirement guidelines, knowing that masks cannot filter viruses? Students contaminate their masks constantly throughout the day. I've seen it, touching them, taking them on and off to eat and drink. They're doing much more harm to their health than good. Not to mention the added distraction from learning and hindrance from communication. I encourage RUSD, like your slogan says, to be extraordinary, to set an example in implementing the actual safe and effective health measures for schools, the temperature screenings, the hand washing, and staying home when sick, like other districts who have been open without them and have been working. I don't know if I have time, but I was going to address a comment about the vaccines last meeting. Just because they're not actually FDA approved and they're classified as an investigational drug, which is experimental. They're being administered.
Our next speaker is Kelly Tinker, followed by Keone Chadwell. Kelly, if you can make your way to the podium, you will have 3 minutes.
Okay. Ms. Wiggett, let's, your president can't keep up with you quite as well. So, ma'am, would you give me your name, please, for the audience? Seeker? There you go. That's all right.
My name is Kelly Tinker.
Ms. Tinker, welcome. Are you going to be speaking on?
I am not going to be speaking on masks.
Okay.
I will be speaking on the CRT, critical race theory, and LGBTQ.
Okay, thank you very much, ma'am.
I had a very articulate.
Wait, just 1 second. Please put 3 minutes back on your. I was taking Ms. Tinker's time.
Yeah, I appreciate that.
Yes, ma'am.
I had something eloquent typed out, and it didn't print. And so I'm here speaking from my heart. I was a student here in Riverside Unified School District. I worked for the school district. I was a part of the PTO organization at an elementary school. I am a passionate person, and I want to address the fact that you're all here for a reason. And I want to remind you that these students, they're our children. They're our children. And you are a school district. You are a school board. CRT and LGBTQ are not academic issues. They are political propaganda. And I don't want you, please do not misinterpret what I am saying here. I have friends, I have family members who fall into the LGBTQ community, and I love them and I respect them for who they are. And I want to ask you, our students, our children from kindergarten all the way up, they should be inspired and receive the instruction and leading of humanity and community and connection. And I'm going to be honest with you, what LGBTQ does, that is a personal preference. That is something that can be decided when you're an adult and you can make that final decision. You may, if you have tendencies, that's fine, but I do not believe that your website should have profoundly proclaimed that. Because if that's the case, if we're talking about inclusivity, if we're talking about equity, then where is the support for faith and family values? Okay? I really want you to drive that home to you. There's a balance. Inclusivity, equity, being equal. My children love everyone that they meet, but you are inciting division with all of those because you are taking. I don't walk into a room, my children don't walk into a room and say, I am who I am, and this is my sexual belief. And that is what you're professing when you're talking about LGBTQ, or you're talking about your race. Race includes division. There will always be racist people, but we are not a racist country. And unfortunately, our policy and politics is what's driving what goes on in our school districts. And I know that the school districts are funded by government. I know that. I know there's a political agenda behind this. And I'm asking you for your integrity and your ethics to sit with yourselves in your silent moments. And remember, these are our children, and we need you to stand up.
Before Ms. Brandy and I call the next speaker, I should have mentioned that, and I've said out there where you are before, the law that governs public meetings in California is called the Brown Act. And under that, it's very limited. We, any governing board, but tonight it's us, cannot respond here because it's not agendized. I don't know if you can talk about apples or LGBT or whatever. So we can ask you a clarifying question. Excuse me, Ms. Smith, could you tell me that again or whatever? But we can't respond to it. Doesn't mean we don't care. Doesn't mean we're not interested. Just want you to know that. So with that, Ms. Wiggin, would you please give us the next, the fourth in-person here today speaker?
Our next speaker is Keone Chadwell, speaking on back to school, followed by Aaron Neff, speaking on various items. Keone, you may make your way up to the podium. You will have 3 minutes.
Would you restate your name again, Miss, so I have it?
Keone Chadwell.
just pull the mic up to you, whatever's comfortable. Give her back those seconds I just talked to her, please. We'll start it till I say, okay, thank you. Please go ahead, ma'am.
I recently learned something that I felt was important to pass on to you. One of the ways our bodies were made to remove toxins is by exhaling. Shout out to God for creating our bodies, right? They are amazing. This got me thinking about masks and specifically about our kids being forced to wear them at school. So they exhale toxins, but our kids are continually inhaling those toxins over and over again. That led me to a little research. Did you know masks raise carbon dioxide levels in the blood, changing the pH and making it easier for disease to thrive? Did you know wearing a mask forces that exhaled air and toxins to go into their eyes? That can't be good. Did you know it is near impossible to get a mask exemption from your pediatrician, even when you have reasons that are perfectly valid, like my child who has asthma and one functioning kidney? According to well-respected Dr. Merkala, masks are causing emotional, mental, and physical issues: irritability, anxiety, facial rashes, headache, difficulty concentrating, feelings of depression, reluctance to go to school, panic attacks, impaired learning, drowsiness or fatigue, dental problems like oral ulcers and cavities, throat abscesses, and also Dr. James Meehan warns of serious health risks like bacterial pneumonia. I was going to talk about the masks that went to that lab for analysis. They found pneumonia, tuberculosis, meningitis, some kind of amoebic encephalitis that I couldn't pronounce, E. coli, diphtheria, Legionnaire's disease, and more. That's what her sign was saying. So let me remind you that our kids are breathing this stuff in again and again and again. We come to you because we elected you. We believe that you can do something about this. Children and teens are at a very low risk of COVID-19 with a 99.997% survival rate. According to healthline.com, young children not only are at a low risk for developing COVID-19, but also don't play a significant role in the spread of SARS-CoV-2 while attending school. You have to be thinking that it doesn't make sense that we're mandating masks in our school district. I really hope that you feel the same way. We can go to restaurants, sit for hours without a mask, but our kids can't sit in their classrooms without one. It doesn't make sense. I'm asking you to pursue this, ask questions, find out why we're doing this to our kids. Why do they feel that way? I don't know if it's like a funding issue. I'm going to assume that that's what it is. Also, I want to remind you of California Penal Code 273A, which states any person who under circumstances or conditions likely to produce greatly bodily harm or death willfully causes or permits any child to suffer or inflicts thereon unjustifiable physical pain, it goes on and on and on, shall be punished by imprisonment in a county jail not exceeding 1 year or in state prison for 2
Thank you. Besides a clarifying question, the board can also ask staff to look into something. I would ask Ms. Hill, Mr. Walker, who is our point person on everything COVID and all that, to just to what the folks have said about what is the state, have they addressed these, they mandate masks on us, but have they talked about the concerns that were brought up by our speakers? Maybe the lady with the green sign had a link she had that she could provide, but just be a good report back to the board. It is a concern of our community. All right? Thank you. Okay, so maybe I haven't done a good enough job, but I want you to know that that is 3 speakers on masks. That's 9 minutes. My math writes that's 11. So we're going to have to figure this out and work together. But public input, we encourage it. We want it. And so we'll see what happens. Ms. Wiggum, can you help me now and introduce our next speaker?
Our next in-person speaker is Aaron Neff, speaking on various items. At the conclusion of this speaker, we will move to Zoom to Mr. Jerry Green. Aaron, you may make your way to the podium. You will have 3 minutes.
Actually, my name is Eric Neff. I'm a small business owner in the Inland Empire. I am the recipient of the Business of the Year Award winner for the Chamber of Commerce right here in the Inland Empire 2013. I've done business with people from all over the world. That even includes some people from the Chinese Communist Party, unfortunately, that I do not do business with anymore. And the reason behind that is when you do business with a communist country, they want more than product or money. They actually want power and control over your establishment. And I wasn't going to let that happen. Because I have a 4- and 5-year-old in the school district, and that's not going to happen. They're not going to have control over me. But as you guys know, our governor did a $1 billion BYD deal with the Communist Party of China. And after that deal, it seemed like they got a little bit of power and control over our state. If you're not familiar with some of his comments when he says, I hope you'll obey and close your businesses, close the schools. I mean, how many other things? Sacrifice your livelihood, shutting things down like churches and small businesses. And even when the schools were closed, that caused child abuse because a child can't report their abuse at school when the school is closed. And by shutting down other things, that causes even more abuse for a child, unfortunately. But let's get to some of the more important things. A study out of Pittsburgh Medical had shown that the potency of the virus has diminished to the point where it is no longer risky enough for kids to take that vaccine, which is actually an experimental drug. So when you guys pass the buck onto the California Public Health Association, that's like passing the buck onto the Chinese Communist Party. So maybe you should fix your replied emails to, that's not our problem, that's the California health protocol. Well, that's actually the Chinese Communist Party protocol that we're going by. The public health is the opposite. These masks aren't healthy for children. You guys actually have vaccine pop-ups at your school districts, and you should look into that because we went there. And the shedding of these vaccines can do some serious damage to people. There's been menstrual issues with females. These lipids attack the organs of the body, but they go after the ovaries. And that's why you're seeing a spike in miscarriages and stillborns. So these vaccine pop-ups that you have at your schools, in your school district, that can cost future generations. And when I mean cost future generations, that means future generations might not exist because you guys are the co-conspirators of the child abusers from the state. Please make a change and do something for the children while you're still here, while you're still here, and while you're still here. The child abuse needs to stop, and you guys are all co-conspirators. You are too.
Mr. Walker, I would ask on behalf of the board, you just help us out later on the, and no offense, Mr. Neff, on the validity of pop-up vaccines on our campuses instead of, do it now, just in our board packet coming up, if you would. I would also ask, there's some very hardworking people in this district. He's one of them. And I'm surrounded by others. Let's try to remember that. We adhere to the government that funds everything that has this. We're implementers, they're legislators. I'm not shirking anything off, but please have some respect for these hardworking individuals, if you would. So we're now going to go to our Zoom call. Ms. Wiggins, excuse me, Randy.
Our Zoom caller, Mr. Jerry Green, you may now unmute and speak. You will have 3 minutes.
Thank
Can
you.
you hear
Welcome,
me?
Mr. Green.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. We sure can.
Okay. So yes, my name is Jerry L. Green, a Black Student Advocate. Our phone number is 833-925-1957. And our website is theblackstudentadvocate.com. Tonight, the board was referencing Dr. Hanson's 7 years in the district. And this is what the Black community have experienced up under Dr. Hanson's leadership. 12 plus Black employees have moved from RUSD to Moreno Valley USD. 11 plus white employees have been appointed up under his leadership. 3 of the last administrators that left RUSD, Black employees, left with lawsuits against the school district. Also, Black students over at King continue to experience racism and discrimination under the leadership of Mike West, which is a subordinate of Dr. Hanson. The previous speaker spoke about child abuse at home. Well, Black students are experiencing child abuse and racial discrimination within the district. And so, just like he said, the board, you are co-conspirators because up under your watch, you continue to let this happen. It happened back in 2018, October 15th, where a Black student was referred to as Cotton Picking Kayla, and basically nothing happened. And things continue to happen up under Mike West's leadership, where he, again, have shown that he shouldn't be in position. His fitness to lead should be questioned, but it continues to happen and the district is not doing anything. You came out in May with a letter stating about racism being a health hazard and that how equity is everything is going on within the district, but it's not. Black students are catching hell. And Dr. Hanson is going to retire now and drop all this in Ms. Hill's lap, and she has a big mess to try to come in and clean up. Again, my name is Jerry L. Green, the Black Student Advocate. Our website is theblackstudentadvocate.com. Phone number is 833-925-1957.
All right. Next speaker, Ms. Wiggin.
We will be moving back to in-person comments. Our next speaker is Jennifer Tavaloni, speaking on school reopening plan, followed by Grace Kirkendall, masks and their impact on children. Jennifer, you may make your way up to the podium. You will have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Ms. Tavaloni. Welcome,
Okay,
and please
good
proceed.
So the vaccine pop-up clinics that Mr. Neff was referring to were the ones that occurred. One was at Poly on May 27th. And then at the last meeting, we asked that you not have vaccine clinics on our school campuses because the vaccine is experimental, to which Mr. Walker responded that they are not experimental. So I sent you all an email and you have that information about why they are considered experimental under the emergency use authorization. So again, we just want to reiterate, some of the folks made some good points about the vaccines. We just want to reiterate that vaccines have no place on our school campuses. In other states, they're having issues with lack of confirmation or lack of parent consent on vaccines for kids 12 and up. And we don't want that to happen here in Riverside. Please keep the vaccines out of our schools. There's plenty of places people can get vaccines. So I want to know what the plan is. And I know, Dr. Hanson, thank you for saying that on the 20th, there's going to be more information, but you also referenced OSHA. I personally am impacted by OSHA's rules that certain people can return to work wearing masks and certain people don't have to wear masks. And I certainly hope that's not the case for our children. That's segregation, that's putting targets on our children's backs. There's, obviously this whole vaccine and mask thing is very politically driven. I don't think kids should be in school wearing masks, certain categories of kids wearing masks and certain categories not wearing masks. Kids are very low risk of getting COVID. As some of the other speakers have said, the masks need to come off all of the children. They are disgusting and dirty and cause way more harm than good. And there have been study after study, and even mainstream media is now sharing information about the fact that masks don't work. There's no reason why we should have masks in schools, nor should we have the prison-like environment of kids having to walk one way down halls and having partitions. Schools need to be a safe place for kids. My children chose not to return to school because it gave them such anxiety to be in school in those conditions. And I think that's very sad and unfortunate. And I'm already making alternative plans for my children to pull them out of school next year because I have a feeling I know what's coming. But unfortunately, there are many parents that don't have those options to, homeschool or send their children elsewhere. So I want to know what the plan is. Is it literally we just follow California Public Health Department and that's it? We have no say. You all have no say. You have no pushback. You have no opinion. You have nothing other than to follow blindly with a California department that we know has already done damage to our children. We want to work with you and we want to know what we can do to push back at the California state level and what you all can do here to not follow the California Health Department when we know their rules are harmful to children. I mean, there's got to be something we can do. We can't just blindly follow these ridiculous policies. And so we would like to know maybe at a future meeting what you are doing to push back on those policies that clearly do not work and are not safe and healthy for us.
Mr. Walker, we get asked that a lot. Why don't you help us, not tonight, but just your report. No, we're still waiting for the state, even waiting for OSHA this afternoon to but just what are the options of a LEA, a local education agency, and RUSD, and on that. So we've spent 15 minutes, folks, so let's see how we can do on mask. Ms. Wiggum, let me know who's next. Let us know who's next, please.
Our next speaker is Grace Kirkendall, speaking on masks and their impact on children, followed by Jelani Bakari, speaking on student care and safety in RUSD. Grace, you may make your way up to the podium. You will have 3 minutes.
Before you go ahead, just 1 second. All right, so let me try this again. How many folks left here are intending to speak about masks, COVID? One lady, two. Thank you.
Following this speaker, President Hunt, we have 2 that have indicated speaking on masks.
Then we're going to be okay. Thank you. Welcome, ma'am. Please make sure your mic's on and comfortable to your speaking.
Hello, I come here as a concerned parent that received an email recently about masks and prison-like atmosphere that our children be subjected to. And I ask you to please consider what's different. Okay, we all lived our childhoods. Our parents were very concerned about our safety and health. I am certain they were, because we lived in a time when nuclear war was a real threat. Our parents didn't send us to school with gas masks. They didn't keep us home for a year and a half just in case Russia didn't bomb us, right? War Games was a movie that a lot of us watched, and we were scared, we were worried, but we lived. We continued to move forward bravely, okay? That's what kids do. Kids should not be subjected to the fears of adults, okay? We should not be having a whole generation of children that are scared of everything, paranoid. We are raising a generation of fearful and paranoid adults. Is this a society you want to live in? Do you want our children to be treated like the world is a scary, fearful place? Or do you want them to have a childhood that is a beautiful thing that they can share, have friendships with their friends, see each other's faces, have crushes, you know, eye contact, facial expressions, body language, you know, high-fiving, hugging? Can we have that again? I really want that for my son. Last year, we were homeschooling because we didn't know this back and forth, half day in, 2 days there, 2 hours there. We work. We want the childhood that we had. We want the sports and the disagreements and the crushes, like I said. And this is not living. We can't continue this way. Please, consider your childhood. Consider what was good about your childhood, and let us have that for our kids. No masks, please. Let them breathe fresh air. Let them have freedom. That's all I ask.
Sure, we all want that as well, to return to that kind of time. So, Ms. Wiggum, would you give us our next speaker, please? Randy.
Our next speaker is Jelani Bakari, speaking on student care and safety in RUSD, followed by Maddie Cisco, speaking on masks and COVID. Jelani, you may make your way up to the podium. You will have 3 minutes.
Mr. Bakari, welcome. Turn your mic on, sir. Gain his minutes.
Okay, thank you very much. First and foremost, thank you for giving me the opportunity to come and speak. I come here as a citizen. I come here first and foremost to say, Dr. Hanson, our relationship has been great. I want to thank you for all the times that we've been able to sit down and to talk about many of the things that have been caustic or have been problematic here at Riverside Unified School District. But in that, these past 4 years, for some reason, has been very troublesome when it comes to the abuse of our students, our teachers, our parents, even our administration. We're dealing here with schools that are just toxic to the life of the beautiful kids that we claim we're trying to help. I've had more than enough students at Martin Luther King who have come to me in so many different levels of distress because of the caustic, racist, abusive, inhumane acts of administrators, teachers, parents, and students. We speak of masks, And I think we need to speak of the mask that people have on and they don't take off. The mask that look at kids and claim that you're teaching them when the pain that they're receiving from your verbiage, your vibe, your mannerisms are making kids sometimes commit suicide. You have kids suing this district. You have parents who are 100% gone. They have no faith in this district. And I have said we cannot stop acts of ignorance, but we should have remedies and interventions. The remedies right now are hurting our kids, and the interventions are intervening our parents when they try to take and protect their very own kids. I'm hearing this theme tonight, just not in the abuse of Black kids, but in kids. I need heroes and sheroes. I need people to speak up when it hurts.
As always, Jelani, thank you, Mr. Bakari, for being here and your passion and your partnership always with this district contributions. Ms. Wiggin, would you help me with the next speaker, please?
We have 3 speakers left. Our next speaker is Maddie Cisco, speaking on masks and COVID, followed by Joelle Gaspard, speaking on masks in classrooms. Maddie, you may make your way up to the podium. You will have 3 minutes.
Well, I've got 3 minutes left. What do I do? Work it out. You just do it. You do fine, young lady.
All right.
Thank you. What's your name again? I'm sorry.
My name is Madeline Cisco, Maddie. I'm an incoming sophomore at Pauley High School. First off, I'd like to thank you, Dr. Hanson, for all of your service here in Riverside. We appreciate everything you've done for our community and for this district. So I spoke at the meeting on May 20th, and I'm back, but this time I have my friend here to support me. Unfortunately, some of my other friends were unable to make it tonight, but they support from where they are. We're here because we believe that the hypocrisy, bullying, and dictatorship has got to be put to an end. We are here to ensure that history does not repeat itself. Why is it that this past school year you did not have to wear a mask during a game or practice for the sport you played, but you did during PE? Why did private schools get to enjoy the entire school year full-time without mask mandates, but public schools did not? You claim it is up to the state, the CDC, the this, the that. I'd never even heard of the CDC before until COVID hit. Are they the new end-all, be-all of what we can and cannot do? A system of government that is centralized and dictatorial requires complete subservience to the state is called totalitarianism. This is exactly the situation that we are living in, and it needs to end. People wonder how Hitler gained control of Germany. This is how it can start. Complete subservience. As for masks, let me just tell you there have been multiple studies that prove they are not effective for preventing the spread of airborne diseases. If you remember, my dad, Chad Cisco, named and provided details for several of them when he spoke at the meeting on May 13th. The funny thing is, those studies were published before COVID even hit, before any opinions could have been made about this subject. And we haven't seen any further studies on the subject proving that masks aren't effective after COVID became a widely known disease. The studies that I've seen and read that claim masks are effective, however, do not have sufficient research to back it up and are insufficient with logos. It does not make sense to us how foolish it is to disregard the facts and continue based off of your feelings or the feelings of whom you are blindly submitting to. There have also been several campus supervisors, teachers, and staff this past year who have harassed students for not wearing a mask. My friend Kaylee Tim, who is unable to attend tonight, was taking a breather from wearing her mask while we waited together outside after school had ended for our ride home. It was then that she noticed the principal walking toward us. She politely turned around to put on her mask, and our principal told her to stop hiding. "I could see you not wearing your mask before you started hiding," he said. It was very uncomfortable for the both of us, and his tone wasn't any more inviting. I don't get it. Wouldn't you appreciate the fact that she turned around to put her mask on? Or would you rather her face you, breathing in your direction before it's on? Maybe it's not her hiding. Maybe it's you. Hiding from the judgment you fear to face. When will these fears be overcome with righteousness and true justice? If not now, it will be never. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cisco, and the other young lady for coming up. Ms. Cisco, that was a very well organized and articulated comments. I'm not surprised knowing your grandmother. So let's move to our next speaker.
Our next speaker is Joelle Gaspard, speaking on masks in classroom, followed by our final speaker, Jason Hunter, speaking on Dr. David Hansen.
The last 3 minutes are yours, ma'am. Let's turn your mic on, miss. Thank you. And your name again?
Joelle Gaspard.
Ms. Gaspard, welcome.
Good evening, school board. My name is Joelle Gaspard, and I'm a mother of two and substitute teacher for RUSD. I'm here tonight in the name of science, common sense, and to give a voice to the voiceless, our kids. When the pandemic began, masking our population, including children, may have been a justified policy decision based on a lack of information available on COVID-19, but that ship has sailed. The virus is less dangerous to children than the flu, and vaccines and remote employment for high-risk teachers is available. There is zero scientific evidence to support the continued masking of our children in school. As a teacher on the front lines, I can tell you that masks and social distancing hinder learning while harming children emotionally, socially, and physically for no purpose other than providing false comfort to adults who should know better. As leaders in our community, we are supposed to ease the fears of children and reassure them that they are safe. For so many children, school is their safe place. Caring instructors, playtime, creativity, learning and community, smiles, encouragement, and nourishing meals. When we mask our children and their instructors and place them 6 feet apart behind plexiglass, we destroy the essence of what makes learning magical. Children need to see the faces of their peers and teachers. It's vital for development of reading, phonics, cognition, emotional development, and picking up on social cues and appropriate play. Masks also hinder the most vulnerable in our student population, children with autism and learning disabilities. For these children with sensory disorders, speech delays, processing disorders, and other learning disabilities, mask mandates are crippling. Additionally, and possibly most noteworthy, masks on children are disgusting. As a teacher in the classroom, I can't tell you how many times small children returned from the bathroom to inform me that they needed to crawl under the bathroom stall to access the toilet because the door had been locked from the inside. And some of these kids crawled on the bathroom floor on the way out too because, well, they're kids. These same kids are then adjusting their masks fresh from the bathroom floor. Kids touch everything. We know this. Now imagine these kiddos and everything they touch. Their masks provide a moist environment for bacteria to grow, and they are breathing through these masks all day. Our kids deserve better. Lastly, many of us parents are rightfully concerned that keeping masks on kids is simply opening the door for mandating the COVID vaccine for children. This new mRNA technology has zero long-term safety studies, zero animal trials, zero research on fertility, cancer, autoimmune disease, and the manufacturers have zero liability. And although our precious children are at a statistically negligible risk from COVID, there have been 329,021 reports of vaccine injury reported to VAERS as of June 4th, 2021. These include 5,888 deaths, 2,190 heart attacks, and 8,587 blood clots and strokes. The risks do not outweigh the benefit for our children when it comes to COVID vaccines, and where there is risk, there must be choice. I ask you to please be a voice for our kids. Take a stand against mass social distancing, hindered learning, long-term deficits, and unnecessary, unscientific, and unfounded policy.
All right. Ms. Gaspard, thank you. Thank you for coming out tonight. Ms. Wiggum, our last speaker, I think, is Jason Hunter. Is that correct?
Our final speaker is Jason Hunter.
How appropriate.
Jason, you may make your way to the podium. You will have 3 minutes.
Hello, Mr. Hunter. Turn your mic on, please. There you go. 3 minutes. There you
Off
go.
or on? That's on. Okay, perfect. I have to tell you, I was really hurt. It's Jason Hunter, by the way. I live down here in the Wood Streets. I was really hurt when I wasn't invited to participate in that heartwarming video for the send-off of Dr. Hansen. I was so saddened. I hopped into my car and I came down here to deliver my adios in person. So here it goes. Good riddance to bad rubbish. And here's why. Measure O, of course, you do not interfere with my 3 minutes. You do not have the right. Be quiet. Measure O, of course, we all know has been a bait and switch. You promised voters we would fix and modernize our old dilapidated schools. And then the second you got your hands on our lucre, you turned around and proposed not just 4 new schools, but pushed these special interest projects to the top of your priority list. Okay. Number 2, then of course you hamstrung and retaliated against the citizens appointed to your state-ordered bond oversight committee who had been blowing the whistle on the frauds committed by this district, even going so far as to design a process to kick these people off that independent committee you have there. Okay. But here's the latest and greatest revelation. This is the one I like the best now. Admitted just a couple of weeks ago at the RUSD Ops Committee, Operations Committee, that the district now, because after Measure O was passed, cut its maintenance budget by 90% once Measure O was passed, now has a unfunded deferred maintenance liability of $245 million. Congratulations, right? So what has the district been doing? I'll tell people the equivalent of what the district's been doing. It's been buying a new car and not doing oil changes and tune-ups, and then the car, of course, falls apart after 5 years as opposed to the 15 years it's supposed to be lasting. But it's not cars it's happening with. It's our facilities for our kids, okay? That's admitted by your own maintenance per person. And so now I understand why in my last emails to this district as a part of your oversight committee, I was talking about and trying to find out about deferred maintenance. And I have the records of all that, right? Now I know why you needed me off so bad, okay? So we can see that you haven't been running this district well financially or stably. You've just been putting lipstick on a pig, okay? So once again, good riddance to bad rubbish. Your legacy is trash.
All right, I think that's the end of public comment, if I believe. Is that right, Ms. Wickham?
That is correct.
Okay, we will now close public comment, and we will go to item J, Board of Education Committee reports. Yes, please open the queue, Randy, for items J1 through J4, Board of Education Committee reports. Topics of governance and finance, naming of school facilities, operations, and communications. That should have been governance and finance, and communications and marketing. Go ahead, Ms. Wickham, and I'll do that afterwards.
We will now open the queue to provide public comment for agenda items J1 through J4, Board of Education Committee reports on the topics of governance and finance, naming of school facilities, operations, and communications and marketing. You may now enter the queue by using the raise hand function if you are logged in using the computer, or *9 if you are using your phone to call in. Once again, the queue is only open for agenda items J1 through J4.
Thank you. We'll just wait a moment here for that and allow the good folks to get out into the night air. We'll be calling on myself first, Governance and Finance Committee. We met May the 11th, is that right? Oh, I'm so sorry, Mrs. Allaby. So sorry. I apologize. You know, it's good and bad news. You have two ex-presidents sitting up here and a former high school principal, so it always keeps you in line. Thank you, Mrs. Allaby. I'm going to call on Mr. Kinnear first. Thank you, Kathy.
Thanks, Mr. Hunt.
Thanks, Kathy.
Our board colleague is on a well-deserved vacation with his family in Washington, D.C. It's a fabulous place to visit with so much to learn, and I can't wait to hear travel stories from Mr. Lee when he returns. We miss him. I'm glad we have a September date for a board study session and an update on facilities and Measure O bond funds. For the proposed East Side Neighborhood Elementary School, it's important for us to review and discuss the three options presented in CEQA, along with funding and priorities and timelines. I understand that Mr. San Martin and Councilman Melendres discussed community meetings, and I'd like to hear how we can involve neighborhoods as we serve the needs of our kids and their families. These meetings need to also include discussions on the new bus station on the east side and the proposed closing of Park Avenue. An update on other projects and funding, both those in constructions and ones in planning, will also be helpful to me as a new board member. I'm interested in hearing and responding to the thoughts of some of the North alumni as they gain perceptions from walking our high school campuses. I look forward to that September meeting. I also agree that we need to, as a board, need to be more vocal with our voices concerning the return to school and what that's going to look like for our students So I was encouraged to hear Dr. Hansen talk about future actions on this district's part, where we take an active voice in expressing the concerns that we have in regard to the opening of school. That ends my comments.
Kinnear. Thank you, Trustee Kinnear. Trustee Allaby.
Thank you very much. First of all, I had a look at the new high school science materials we're adopting for next year. We have a new biology, chemistry, and physics textbook and materials adoption, plus new AP science books. We are spending over $2 million on this new textbook adoption, and it's a very important one. This new series is aligned closely to the new generation science standards. It even comes with chemistry and physics experiments, and all the materials are included to carry out those experiments, and that's one of the reasons why it is so expensive. But these textbooks are organized differently than our current textbooks, and they approach science very differently, and I will believe they will go a long way in exciting students about science. There's been a lot of discussion about wanting science to be taught robustly throughout the district at every high school. This series will be adopted by every single high school and will go a long way to making that happen. So I'm very excited about that. Secondly, in the brand new Riversider magazine, I have to point out that Miss Renee Hill got a very nice shout out, Riverside's finest. So congratulations. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mrs. Allaby. Very much appreciated. Thank you for helping me there. Dr. Angelo Farouk, please.
Thank you, President Hunt. I just want to begin by saying, I know at our last meeting we had just started the graduations, and I just wanted, now that they're completely finished, I just wanted to just really commend our district for holding the ground to ensure that the maximum amount of possibilities to celebrate our students' achievements was possible. I thought that was really well done given the circumstances, and really happy for our families and students. I'll save my comments regarding Measure O and North and the neighborhood schools when we convene on that, but I definitely think that that's important to have those discussions. And lastly, I just want to say regarding the comments from community leader Jelani Bakari about the feelings that he's been hearing from Black students at King. I'm concerned about that. I know some of the matters cannot be discussed because they involve personnel or students, but just in general, in terms of the culture and things that could be done to start addressing those. And so I hope that staff can work with him and others, and I'm happy to lend my engagement to whatever extent can be helpful for those issues. Those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Farouk, and thank you always for your readiness to volunteer and help this community. Well, I'll just, time for mine. Speaking of graduations, and let's just take a note, one of the most controversial items I've ever, the 14 years I served on this board so far, is we were the last district to try to go to an earlier start. We start in August. I think this year we're going to start the 9th. Is that right, Ms. Hill? August, and then we get out earlier. You'll notice the last 2 weeks, the newspapers had all these pictures of different high school graduations. And one of the reasons we mainly did line our kids up so our seniors could take the SATs, and also because the break, they left for Christmas, they came back and they had 2 more weeks of that semester. And sometimes it's hard to remember, was it Washington or Adams was the first president? So that helped. But the other was the savings on the energy. And just look at the heat we've been having right now. We graduated on the 13th of, is it? Yeah. Before Memorial Day. So it's always interesting to find these out. I did the EOC graduation, which is always wonderful. Those young people are facing life already, and for different reasons take that independent study. I got to do the Ramona grad, and I just want to highlight a couple things. Scott Lockman is, for years, I mentioned earlier, has run the AVID program. And he's retiring. One of the finest individuals and teachers I've ever met, and so dedicated. This year, Ramona High School had they had a co-valedictorian and co-salutatorians. All were young Latina ladies. 3 of these young ladies were 6-year AVID students, meaning that their parents had never gone to college, had that opportunity. One of them got a full ride, I believe, to it was UCLA. The other young lady is going to UCR. She received the Regents Scholarship, pretty good scholarship. And the other two ladies, again, Avids, young ladies, one of them's going to Princeton and one of them's going to Claremont McKenna. And there's a scholarship out there called the Quest Bridge. You have an 8% chance across America if you apply for the Quest Bridge to get it. It means you have a 92% chance you won't get it. Two young ladies, Ramona, received the Quest Bridge Scholarship, which is a scholarship for $300,000 because they know going on to your doctorate, et cetera. And I think we can be very proud of our teachers and our counselors over there. Mrs. Alvey beat me to the punch on it. There's a wonderful story in here about Renee, of course. It's also one I'm going to check with Mrs. Alvey on the truth of the Rain Cross. I thought it was a great story, and if anybody knows it, it's docent of the Mission Inn, Kathy Alvey. And then just to show we're not a bad school board, a good story on our mayor, our former colleague sitting up here for 9 years. So, and a nice new addition to our community. This is also, just because I'm a blues aficionado, this is also Black Music Appreciation Month. And I appreciate we do that. If the African contribution to music, which has shaped America, goes from gospel, Dixieland, jazz, ragtime, the blues, R&B, hip hop, and rap. Except for those last two, most of those other ones are all on my playlist, I'll tell you. I mean, and the music and what we've gained from the historical black colleges that are so identified by their marching bands, it's a wonderful contribution to and a recognition. I'm very glad, particularly as a fan of B.B. King and Tabby Thomas and Sister Rosetta Tharpe, that it's being recognized. Also today, and ended with this, the United States Congress, on a vote of 415 to 14, passed that June the 19th will be known as a national holiday, Juneteenth, as it's often called. It is the day, it's a National Independence Day Act for ending slavery. It was done, I'm reading that actually President Lincoln signed the Emancipation in 1862, but it wasn't until 1865 on the 19th of June that a General Gordon Grange enforced the Emancipation Proclamation in the state of Texas. They don't mention that Kentucky and Delaware still had to go, but they got them pretty soon thereafter. So, yes, there is racial problems in our society, and of course that means in our district, and that means in the street I live on and you live on. And we are an ever-evolving diversity, and we will have those problems, but we have to work at it, and this district, in answer to my friend Jelani, will continue to do that. We must, in all ways, and I think you should be proud of your district, in all ways, demonstrate our continuing commitment that's in our policies, our Constitution, equity, equality, and advancement of everyone, fairness. So with those, I have gone to board member comments. I will now go to committee reports, and I'm first. Mr. Lee, as you know, is on a well-deserved vacation with those three wonderful children of his. Most of the items that were in front of our, oh, I'm sorry, geez. Thank you, Mrs. Allevey. Do we have public comment on the committee meetings, Ms. Wiggert?
We will actually take public comment at the conclusion of your presentations.
No, that's correct. Thank you. Okay. All right. So tonight we'll be talking about the refunding lease purchase agreement. Mr. Bauer will be here, and our interim CBO will also be talking about CFD 35 and how those bonds will forward. Very good work by staff. Of course, we're going to be presenting tonight the most important item is 21-22 school budget, RUSD budget, and the LCAP. And then lastly, and we will be talking about this more, it was in 2011 that this board, conforming with the California Voters' Rights Act, set up the trustee areas that we now have. Now with the census coming out, we are required by Section 5019 of the Education Codes to re-look at those boundaries. And of course, you have different people sitting up here, and to align them to be roughly equal in total population to the other trustees' areas, that's ethnicity. We have to get this done by the end of February. As president, I've shared my board, I would very much like to get this done by the end of this year. It's important to make it equitable to people that may want to be looking at running for election in November of 22. So we talked about the next steps to be brought forward, and Chief Academic Officer Hill is following that very carefully and will bring us a recommendation on who to hire on that. That is the end of my report on the Governance Committee. I will now go to Dr. Farouk, who along with Mr. Lee, is on the Memorials, Naming of School Facilities, et cetera, committee that was held on May 14th. Trustee Farouk?
Thank you, President Hunt. And as you mentioned, Trustee Lee and I serve on this together. The committee provided an update in relation to the naming of schools board policy number 7310 and reviewed and discussed data of the findings of research conducted on the process and board policy practice at surrounding school districts. RUSD past and current process and practice for naming of school facilities per board policy number 7310. Results of an audit survey conducted of RUSD existing school names. The survey categories included a breakdown of gender, person, geography, race, ethnicity, etc. The next steps that were recommended was to keep the same process for naming of school facilities in accordance with board policy number 7310, which includes applications submitted to superintendent's office, memorial naming of school facilities committee reviews applications. The committee provides recommendations to the Board of Education, and the Board of Education takes action during a board meeting. Revise board policy number 7310, language for naming of school facilities to include a display of equitable representation in the naming selection, community representation, and involvement in the process. And lastly, provide a draft of revisions to board policy 7310 at an upcoming memorial naming of school facilities committee meeting for review and discussion, and present a final recommendation to the Board of Education at a future board meeting. So staff are directed to do that.
Thank you, Trustee Farouk. Appreciate your work on that. And now I'll go to Trustee Alavi. Trustee Alavi is the chair, and along with member Trustee Kinnear for the Operations and Facilities Planning Committee. They met on June the 2nd.
Yes, thank you. We had a report from Mr. Mueller on deferred maintenance, where he went over exactly what the routine restricted maintenance funding is all about, and the years that we have kind of dipped below and the years when we have been able to make somewhat substantial headway. And I think that we'll probably need to look into this even more as we're going forward. Mr. Mueller, well, he's not here right now, so I can't call on him. But he left. It was very timely. He made a suggestion during our deferred maintenance talk that there is a number that would be a good minimum of deferred maintenance per year, and maybe we as a board ought to consider a minimum. Okay, and I'll let you speak more to that. We talked about the fee justification study. This is a California set fee that you give to developers on different kinds of housings that are built and so forth and so on. And these level 1 residential fees have been moved up on the state level from $3.79 to $4.08. And the commercial fees have moved up from 61 cents to 66 cents, and that we would consider as a committee recommending that we also increase our fees to match the state number. July. That'll be coming back to us in July. We talked about the energy management program, about how the district itself incurs $7.5 million of utilities costs per year. Electricity makes up 70% of that cost, and why it's so important that we take measures to watch our utility costs. And we talked about cost trends, how cost trends are moving, and the electrical savings since 2009 of $10.7 million. We also discussed some of the challenges such as annual rate increases, limited energy management staff, expanded summer programs, and so forth. And finally, we had a chance to look at some preliminary designs for both the Casablanca School and the John W. North design, and we were able to give back some feedback. This is rather early in the process since both of those design committees are still working on those designs, but we were able to look at that and offer our opinions and suggestions, and they will be coming back to us.
Thanks, Mrs. Alley. That was a good update. And I also want to compliment Mr. San Martin and his staff on the comprehensive reports that we heard during the subcommittee. They did a great job. You know, all of us are aware of unfunded liabilities associated with pension costs in California. However, I think many folks don't recognize the unfunded liabilities connected to maintenance. And no matter what the cause, an unfunded liability is just that. And I think we need to be concerned with $270 million of unfunded liabilities relating to maintenance. I'll be more specific than Mrs. Alley. Budgeting $800,000 per year in deferred maintenance isn't sufficient. When we consider the 45-day budget revisions in a month or two, I hope that we see 10 times that amount in deferred maintenance, on top of the COVID air conditioning dollars that we're going to invest. Just the MLK and Ramona turf requirements will eat up a portion of any increase. So that amount, must be significant. And, some might say that we have staff time that we don't have staff time to spend, say, $8 million in deferred maintenance. However, I argue that dollar amount will put us in a great position to plan for deferred maintenance projects for next spring and summertime. And finally, a compliment again to Mr. San Martin. He's added, he has not only a list of deferred maintenance projects, but he's added priority scores to that list, and those priority scores were based on various factors. This list, I think, would be good reading material for all of our board members in one of our Friday updates, so I encourage that. I was surprised by the relatively small amount of savings realized in energy use that we had while we were online during COVID. Apparently, over the years, we've had a reduction in energy management FTE. I'd like to hear thoughts from staff on how we might pay for salaries through efficiencies with energy and working and developing better working relationships with RPU. And finally, as Mrs. Alavi said, we heard from a consultant on the justification to raise developer fees for building new buildings, and it's time we look at that, so it's appropriate at our next meeting. Thanks.
Thank you. And now, lastly, is the Communications Marketing Committee. I had my right here. Very interesting committee of what we've discovered, and I'm just to say that that's the wrong notes. Pardon me. That our staff is working on Ms. Sarah Lee, Substitute Communications Director, discuss the goals of the Communications Department. All of these items are going to be put on in a workshop because the board has made improving communications on all levels a priority this year. Ms. Brandy Wiggin is Coordinator of Community Outreach, reviewed the process and timeline to improve our communication school tools and then complete the website refresh. Again, I want the board to see all that. And also, Ms. Wiggin talked about an update of the committee, the state of the district, which will be in October 29th, I believe it is, 2021. The theme is building, learning, and growing. We will have 5 different videos, with one video being shown each day and ending with a special guest reception over at our Grant School. I would ask now, as President and the Governance and Agenda Committee, Mrs. Alavi, Mr. Kinnear, would you send over, because I've heard this, a request and how you would outline it on the items that you talked about. I don't think we need to worry about the fees because that will come up soon, but the maintenance and the utilities. I certainly, and tell us how you want it to be done. I am certainly interested in the utilities. Our city council has approved a 5% increase, and I would look at 100 and see if that's right, but 3%, okay, which on our electrical. And as you know, what they did, it's not just that, but the way utility companies play the game is they change the time of use. We all grew up with don't run your washing machine during 11 to 4 or something like that, right? It's the high time. Now they say the high time is between 4 and 8. Solar panels don't really help. So it's very important. I think we should be looking at an ESCO company, Energy Services, exactly what they're doing in Santa Ana right now, because we do have old buildings that need work. So I would appreciate that. Dr. Farouk, if you could also forward anything you think of from your committee that should be on the an agenda upcoming, then I appreciate that as well.
We're just waiting for staff to present that suggested changes, and then we'll take it to the full board after that.
All right. That ends our committee reports. Thank you, everyone. Do we have comments on those, Randy?
Thank you. Yes, the queue is now closed. As a reminder, speakers have 3 minutes, and at the end of the 3 minutes for each speaker, we will promptly move on. Our first and only in-house speaker is Jason Hunter. Jason, you may make your way up to the podium. You will have 3 minutes.
Mr. Hunter, this is on J1 through 4. Thank you, sir. Turn on your mic. Thank you, sir.
So wanted to get back to the unfunded deferred maintenance liability. I thought it was $245 million. Now I'm learning it's $270 maybe. So it's really grown a lot in the last couple of weeks. No, I'm just joking. Yeah. But it does. That's what happens with deferred maintenance. Once you start pushing it back, it actually grows exponentially because the problems get worse and worse. It's like a stitch in time saves 9, right? So taking maintenance problems, here's what the district is doing, and here's why it's a fraud. I think it might be a criminal fraud. I'm going to have to look into it. You take maintenance and you don't do it. It's supposed to be coming out of operating funds, and you wait for things to fail, and then you pay for them with capital improvement funds, which are bonds, right? You could be running afoul of some pretty tough IRS rules, and if you're running afoul of the IRS rules, you could be committing bond fraud. Right? You better believe I'm going to be looking at that really close. So, because you're not supposed to be paying for maintenance with your capital improvement program, okay? That's the law. Of course, this was allowed to happen. Ms. Kakish was the key player in this, and I got a good feeling that, between Measure O and now this deferred maintenance hocus pocus, my guess is there's other things as I start to rip the board's books apart, which I'm going to do now this year. Now I got a little more free time on my hands. Ms. Kakish, which is going to lead directly to you, which is going to lead to the board. Okay? That's the way it works. Buck stops, folks. And so we need a plan. Right? So I'm glad you guys are at least concerned about it, because if you weren't, I'd be very, very concerned myself. In fact, you'd be seeing a lot more of me in the future. You don't want me down here, quite frankly. I don't really want to be down here, but I feel like there's been a lot of mismanagement here that's going to have to be cleaned up, especially on the financial side. And I get kind of ticked that I feel like what happened, my experience on the Bond Oversight Committee, is probably reflective of what's going on in other aspects of the district where there's this illusion of transparency and legitimacy. I think it's an illusion. I think there's a lot of rot here, quite frankly, and we're going to dig it up. If it takes me 5 years, hey, Mr. Hunt knows, if it takes me 10 years, I'll be here for the next 10 years. Okay, guys? I'm not going nowhere. And I'll make sure that accountability is assigned to the people that it needs to be assigned to. That's what I'm the best at. So, take care.
All right, thank you, Mr. Hunter. We're going to go to our consent calendar now. Now, go ahead, and I'll read it, but go ahead, Ms. Wiggin, and open the queue for any, because it goes kind of quickly. Any public comment for a consent item agendas K1 through 34? Randy?
If you are a member of the public who's joined the Zoom call today to comment on consent agenda items K1 through K34, you may now enter the queue by using the raise hand function if you are logged in using the computer, or *9 if you are using your phone to call in. Once again, the queue is only open for consent agenda items K1 through K34.
Thank you. For everyone listening, consent items are on a calendar, whether it's RUSD or anywhere, are considered to be routine and enacted by the board in one motion. There will be no discussion on these items prior to the time the board votes on the motion unless a member of the board requests specific items to be, one of the items to be removed from the consent calendar, and then we will talk about those separately. Do any of my fellow members of the board wish to express such request? Mr. Kinnear, thank you.
I'd like to pull items 2 and 33.
2 and 33?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. 2 and 33. 2 is it recommended the board approve the revised 2021 board meeting calendar. Changes include the addition of a study session on Thursday, November the 4th. And 33. Excuse me. 33 is recommend the Board of Education approve the memorandum of understanding between Riverside Unified School District and its employees represented by the Riverside City Teachers Association, virtual programs 2021-22. All right, we will pull those 2 items. Do I have public comment on the any of the other items, Miss?
No, we do not. The queue is now closed.
Thank you very much. Do I have, all right, so do I have a motion on items, the 1 through 34, other than 2 and 33 for approval? Thank you, Mrs. Alvey. Do I have a second? Thank you, Dr. Farouk. I don't know, my voting thing's not working. There we go. Okay, he's coming up now. So please vote. Let me select again. All right, that passes on a 4-0 vote. So now we're going to pull item 2, and Dr. Hanson, you want to explain this to us, and then we'll go to Mr. Kinnear.
Item 2 was to add a board meeting in the month of November. I believe it's scheduled for currently Thursday, November the 4th. We only had 1 meeting scheduled. The second meeting, I think, might have been November the 18th. And so it's to request to have a second meeting scheduled that month on November the 4th.
Mr. Kinnear, Trustee Kinnear, please.
Thanks. I'm probably the one who asked for an additional board meeting. However, I have a conflict on November the 4th, and if the November the 4th agenda item relates to the CBOC, which I asked to be agendized, I would hope that it's not going to be on a date that I can't be at the board meeting. I simply have a conflict.
No, thank you.
So
may I suggest to my colleagues then that item 2, that we will table it for now, ask the governance committee agenda committee to look at that. And I am going to share that we have very important items as this year winds down, not just getting back to school, obviously, but as I was talking about earlier, the redistricting legal mandate that must be upheld. And I am intent as your president this year that we get it done this year. It's proper instead of dragging it out. Of course, that's going to be based on the consensus. So I would move, if you would, that we would table item 2 until our next regular meeting.
Second.
Thank you. There's no debate on a motion to table. All in favor, signify by saying aye. Thank you,
Aye.
Dr. Farouk, everyone. And so we will do that. All right, let's look at number 33. And Dr. Hanson, can you just enlighten our community, or you might want to call on your assistant soup. It's up to you.
Thank you, President Hunt. Item 33, Ms. Ibarra, it refers to our current memorandum of understanding with our association regarding the Riverside City regarding the virtual school that we've planned for next year. And so I don't know what the specific questions are, Mr. Kinnear, but if you want to share concerns.
Thank you, sir.
John?
Yes, sir, please.
Yeah,
I apologize. Yes, sir, please.
Yeah, I don't have any questions. I've met with staff and I've read the memorandum of understanding and to be honest with you, I was prepared to vote no on this item. You know, I'm told that most of the virtual students will be enrolled in 6 courses next school year, and these courses will meet just twice a week for 50 minutes. There are no scheduled courses on Wednesdays, so there's no classes that are taught on Wednesdays. There's an opportunity to meet for another 30 minutes after each of the Monday, Thursday, Tuesday, Friday classes in what we call flex time. But flex time is just that. It will vary. I considered actual instructional minutes, and if we approve this schedule, students will be required to spend 100 minutes a week in each of the 6 classes for which they're enrolled. By comparison, in a traditional setting, students spend 250 minutes in a class during the week. Again, we can say that there's 60 minutes of this flex time for each class, but the numbers don't add up. We're spending a lot of instructional money on little required instructional time. However, after meeting with Assistant Superintendents Ibarra and Lewis, I've changed my mind, and I'll say yes to this MOU for 1 year, and I understand it's a 1-year MOU. I agree that it's a promising model, and the Planning Committee worked hard, but I do have serious reservations regarding instructional time. I want to receive regular feedback regarding the strengths and areas of concerns that we have with this model in the academic subcommittee throughout the year in our Friday updates. And then we can reconsider these changes next year. And with that in mind, I've changed my position and I'll support the MOU. But I do have those very serious concerns about instructional time.
Thank you, trustee. Is that a motion to approve number 33?
I will make a motion to approve.
Right. Do I have a second among my colleagues?
Second.
Thank you, Dr. Farouk. And I'm interested as well in what trustee Kinnear is peering into, so that's good. I will now we have a motion and a second. Any questions, Mrs. Salovey? You got one? Okay. Then please vote. All right, that number 33 then on the consent calendar passes 4-0. We will now move into our public hearings. So we will have a public hearing for the proposed 21-22 special education local plan, so inclusive of the annual budget plan and annual service plan. So we're going to now move into a public hearing. I've opened the public hearing. Could staff please open the queue for agenda items L1, agenda item L1, the public hearing on the proposed 2021-22 special education local plan, inclusive of the annual budget and annual services plan. Mr. Walker will give this report. Let's have Ms. Wiggin first, though, open the queue for comments.
If you are a member of the public who has joined the Zoom call today to comment on agenda item L1, you may now enter the queue by using the raise hand function if you are logged in using the computer, or *9 if you are using your phone to call in. Once again, the queue is only open for agenda item L1, the public hearing on the proposed 21-22 special education local plan, inclusive of the annual budget and annual service plan.
Very good. Thank you. We'll keep that open a while. And Assistant Superintendent, Mr. Walker, this is your item, I understand? Oh, no, I'm sorry. Good to see you, Ms. Frasso.
Good evening,
Thank
Board
you.
President Hunt, Dr. Hanson, members of the board. This evening, the California...
Just do me a favor, just because you've earned it. Identify yourself and your title.
I am Kirsten Frosto, and I am the Director of Pupil Services and the Special Education Local Plan area.
That's good. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank
That's all on one card.
It does fit on all on
right.
one card, yes.
Then
A
go for
couple
it.
lines, but all one card.
Let's get the message out.
The California Department of Public Education requires that the governing board of each SELPA annually hold a public hearing and approve the special education local plan inclusive of the annual service plan and the annual budget plan. So at this time, if we can open the public comment, and we'll see if there are any, and then we'll go ahead and close that and move on to action.
We do not have any
We do
public.
not. So we're going to go ahead and do what you do, my young lady. You're going to close the comment. The queue is closed.
The queue is now closed.
Thank you, ma'am. Proceed, Ms. Frasso.
So if that concludes public comment, we can close the public hearing and move to the action item, which is immediately following and includes a short presentation this evening.
Well, I wanted the board comment first on anything.
No, never.
Ma'am? Oh, never mind, okay. Anyone else? My thing's not, can I have someone up here to help me on who's doing it? I appreciate it. I'm sure I've touched the wrong button somewhere. All right, so item L1, we have no board comments either, but we've taken our questions, and the hearing on the proposed 21-22 special education local plan, we will close the public hearing and lead us into the action to be taken from there.
Absolutely. So it's recommended this evening that the Board of Education take action to approve our 21-22 special education local plan. We'll provide a brief presentation on that and then entertain any questions at that time.
Thank you. First, if we may, Ms. Wiggin, would you please open the queue for agenda item M1, Mary 1, and we'll go from there.
If you are a member of the public who's joined the Zoom call today to comment on agenda item M1, the recommendation that the board adopt the proposed 21-22 special education local plan inclusive of the annual budget and annual service plan, you may now enter the queue by using the raise hand function if you are logged in using the computer, or *9 if you are using your phone to call in. Once again, the queue is only open for agenda item M1.
Thank you, Mr. Hunt, Dr. Hanson, members of the board. So at this time, I'll provide a brief overview of the plan. Last year, the California Department of Education did approve a new template that now has 4 sections. Next slide, please. Thank you. The first section is Section A, which lists our district contacts, as well as certifies that we held a public hearing prior to approval to adopt the annual budget and the service plan portions, Section D and Section E. Section B is a new section. It's governance and administration, and that simply describes the governance structure that we have in our district for our special education local plan area, as well as policies and regulations related to special education. Section D is the annual budget plan, which provides information on revenues and expenditures related to special education. And I'd like to first express deep gratitude and appreciation to our business services department, who are just amazing partners in developing our plan and partnering with our SELPA in all of our implementation and of all of our special education. It's amazing. Our state and federal revenue is approximately $37 million. That does include about $8 million from the federal funding and about $29 million from state funding. It's important to keep in mind that this revenue is restricted and can only be spent on items and services and program related to special education. As you can see, our expenditures are approximately $98 million. The general fund does contribute about $56 million, or about 60% of our special education budget, which does make up that difference. And then finally, there's Section E, which represents our annual service plan. This describes all of our services that are provided and available to students in the Riverside Unified School District. And then pending board action, these plans will then be submitted to the California Department of Public Education by June 30th, and also to the Riverside County Office of Education. And that concludes the report for this evening. We can entertain any additional questions.
Thank you, Ms. Frosto. I will ask Ms. Wiggin, do we have callers that would like to comment on this?
Thank you. No, we do not, and the queue is now closed.
And we had no one local, I should say, no one. All right, thank you very much, Ms. Wiggin. Do I have comments, questions from my fellow board members? Mr. Kinnear?
No comments, but I approve action.
Okay, thank you, sir. Also, okay. I have a comment. I would just, going back to that budget for a minute. Just, Dr. Farouk, as you and Mr. Lee are our legislative committee, and I mean this with no anything against the gentleman I'm about to say, but with our Congressman Mark Takano, the Honorable Mark Takano, being in the majority party, being a school teacher himself, understanding well need for special education. I think it would be, if we could, y'all could meet with them and the board could encourage, if we do a resolution, you advise us, but to ask that the federal government look at funding more than just 9% of our special ed. We have to put in 56, and every child is deserving, warranted, fair and appropriate. But we need to have the feds play more of a game.
I appreciate your sentiments, and we can certainly advocate. I would just say, though, that, and maybe Ms. Lazan can speak to this, that this administration and its proposed budget is actually proposing to expand the federal investments substantially more than probably in history of the country. So I think that recognition on the values and investments standpoint is recognized.
That's why we have you in the legislative committee, Dr. Fruit. Thank you very much for that. Let's keep us informed of that. All right, then. With that, there's an action item. The action is the California Department of Education, CDE, requires that the governing board of each SELPA annually approve the special education local plan, inclusive of the annual budget plan and annual service plan. Plans must be submitted to the California Department of Education prior to June 30th, 2021. Is that correct? Okay. So do I have a motion that would adhere to what I just read or an amendment?
I meant that to be a
motion. Oh, you did, sir.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mrs. Allaby. Again, it's good to have presidents up here. Thank you, Mrs. Allaby. We have a motion and a second. Please vote. Sorry about that, Dale. All right, that passes 4-0. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Frausto, very much. Beth, I'm missing the number here all of a sudden. We're on M2, is that right? That's, yeah. I'm just missing something here, and I apologize to everyone. All right, so, yes, there we go. It is recommended the Board of Education, pardon me, approve resolution 2020/21-85, which authorizes the issuance of bonds for Community Facilities District number 35. This is a way to fund schools either through developer fees or forming a service district. So, Randy, would you open the queue for item M2 and the resolution, and then we'll go from there.
If you are a member of the public who's joined the Zoom call today to comment on agenda item M2, approval of resolution 2020-21-85, authorizing the issuance of bonds for Community Facilities District number 35, you may now enter the queue by using the raise hand function if you are logged in using the computer, or *9 if you are using your phone to call in. Once again, the queue is only open for agenda item M2.
Thank you. Thank you all for your patience for my space moment there. So this report will be given by our interim Chief Business Officer, Ms. Pamela Zahn. Ms. Zahn?
Thank you, Mr. Hunt. Actually, this is one of two items that we have Adam Bauer from
Yes, ma'am.
Fieldman Roll-Up and Associates. He's here virtually with us. And so there is a small presentation on this, and we are authorizing or asking the board to approve and authorize this issuance of bonds for CFD number 35. And I'm not sure if we can check and see if Adam is here.
Are we going to take these together? We're taking them separately.
Separately.
So, okay, Adam is our poly grad who's done well. Adam?
Yes, thank you, and good evening to the board and all the members of the audience. And once again, my name is Adam Bauer. I serve as a municipal advisor to the school district. What we're here to talk about for this first item is Community Facilities District number 35. This is a CFD that was formed in 2019 and has had a significant amount of development since it's been formed and now is primed to be able to sell bonds. If we go to the first slide, please. On the first slide, what we're just trying to show you is, from my perspective, the slide is not advanced. But I'll try to talk about it in case others are seeing something different than what I'm seeing. On our first slide, it's one of the board and the finance committee have seen many times. And what it tries to address is where interest rates are and how they've changed over the relative short term. The first slide to the left shows.
Excuse me, Adam. let's interrupt you. If you could turn President Hunt's microphone on, please, so he can speak.
Can just help you get this straight, because it is important, obviously, deals with the people's money. If not, just trust your verbal. Pam, what do you?
I can also say that we have this slide in our
Yes,
packet,
sir.
so we've all read the slide.
I appreciate it. I want the folks at home to be able to, the public presentation, though we're not required by the Brown. All right, Adam, I think we're having a little technical difficulties, but we will trust your,
And I'll describe what's on each page as we go through.
Okay.
So on the first page of the presentation, we talk about the municipal market data curve, and that's what I've explained represents how municipal bonds, which the school district sells municipal bonds, and how those interest rates have changed over time. We show it going back to 2008, and like a lot of financial charts, there's ups and downs. There it is. Thank you. Thank you very much. So the red line represents the 30-year term, and the blue line represents a 10-year term. And what you hopefully notice there, like I was saying a moment ago, is like financial markets, things go up and down. But generally, since about that Great Recession, there's been a trend downward in interest rates. But there is a hiccup to that. If we go to the chart to the right there, if you look at those blips upward, essentially what that was is when we all discovered COVID-19 and we're shutting down businesses and doing remote learning and that sort of thing, that all investors were selling everything, bonds, commodities, stocks. All they wanted to do was have cash. And so you saw the interest rate spike because no one wanted municipal bonds. Then very quickly, investors realized if earning nothing on your money is not necessarily a good thing. And they started investing in things like municipal bonds. And you've generally seen that trend lower, except until a few blips along the way, you see it going up, and now it's been pretty consistent for some time. So the next slide is going to put some of this in perspective for historical standards and maybe explain why rates are so low. So that chart to the left there with the light blue bars and the red line, I described MMD and I showed you the 10-year and the 30-year. Well, this is years 1 through 30. And those blue bars represent the range of interest rates for each one of those maturities. And that red line represents the MMD as of about the board agenda cutoff, a little bit before that, 5/14. Mostly what you notice is that red line is towards the bottom of those bars, which signals that rates are low compared to rates going back to 2005. So we're in a relatively low interest rate environment, but not the absolute low. Finally, last slide on interest rates, and that is to the far right there. If that's money flowing in or out of municipal bond funds, those are funds that buy bonds like this. If it's green, that means money's flowing in. If it's red, that means money's flowing out. And that red bar represents that time when you saw the interest rate spike. So investors are saying, once again, we don't want municipal bonds. We want to be in cash or something like that. And they took money out of municipal bond funds. But then you can see once very quickly, they started going back into municipal bond funds. And so this is the demand for bonds. So you're seeing a demand for bonds more than there is supply. And so that's one of the reasons why you see interest rates trending lower. So now we'll get into more specifics here. If we go to the next slide, and the board has talked a bit about the statutory fees and what school districts can collect. So you see that first bullet point that just talks about the district having to serve students and the need for facilities. Then there's a Senate Bill 50. And what this does is it describes how, if a school district can collect statutory fees, but how those fees are calculated. The intent was that 50% of the money would come from new development and 50% would come from state funding. As it turns out, that doesn't always hold. The state has at times not had money immediately available. Some of the ways the calculation is done is that the district can't truly get their 50%. So there's a shortfall. And that's one of the reasons why the district looks to do community facilities districts. We have there below just describing the fees that can be collected. And we have here detailed level 1 and level 2. And then I've already stated it, but that state kind of mandated way to do the calculation here, and it's done every other year. I believe Ms. Alavey was touching on that earlier in the meeting. So if we go to the next slide, please. And so Community Facilities District number 35 was formed in June 11, 2019. Now, a few years ago, I was bringing CFDs that were formed in 2005, and we're just selling bonds on them in 2020. You know, it's a much different environment now where developments happen much quicker, and you're not seeing that real long development timeline. And this one's pretty small. That's part of the issue here too, and it's a positive issue. When the CFD was formed, we had a total not to exceed amount of 1.9, and it was expected to be 63 units. If you recall, we limit the size of our CFDs now. We don't do very small ones like this anymore. But this was one where we kind of grandfathered them in. If they moved quickly to form, they did, along with a few others. And so this is one of those that we did in that summer of 2019. So as of the date of this presentation, we had 50 units that were owned by individual homeowners. On a conference call this afternoon, we have data that shows all but one unit has been closed, individual homeowners. So this makes it a very well-developed CFD, and like I was saying before, really primed to sell bonds. So if we go to the next slide, please. One of the things we've always tried to show is kind of where the CFD is. You can see Myers and Magnolia there, and then Harrison to the west. And so just want to try to give some perspectives. It certainly does not look like that anymore. It looks a lot like everything that surrounds it. There's lots of buildings there. We do have the school attendance boundaries, Liberty Elementary, and then within Arlington High School as well. Next slide, please. Put a lot of numbers on here, but I'll pick a few to highlight a few things here. One is the RUSD school fees, and that's to the left there. That's $851,000. As we talked about, this is a very small one. We do not do them this small anymore. That's a policy decision, I think, based on a discussion and a recommendation by us, is to limit the size and not do as small ones anymore. But one thing I want to show you is we've talked a lot about tax rates and being sensitive to the taxpayers while still trying to get money for the school district. If you look at that far right column, debt service coverage, we set these up to do 1.10. And so this one is going to do 150, so quite a bit more. So what happens in that scenario is we get to lower the taxes. We don't need that much surplus money to pay off the bonds. And so in this case, what was disclosed to homeowners is a higher rate than what they're actually going to see in their tax bill. So I think that's always been we don't always have that circumstance. We used the interest rates have continued to go lower since 2019. So we certainly are in a fortunate situation where we'll have a lower tax rate than originally disclosed to homeowners. So next slide, please. So what we've done here is just try to get in, now that it's enlarged, it's gonna be hard to see. So if we can shrink that a bit, what we try to do here is give a sample tax bill, because this is just one item that's on the tax bill. You have the ad valorem. Ad valorem basically means it's a percentage-based tax. It's on value. And then you have the assessments below that, which are not based on value, and this is one of those. But you can see when you add up all these in this CFD, the effective tax rate is 1.61. That's pretty low for an inland empire where we have a lot of new development. A lot of CFD, a lot of developments have something close to 2%. So with the sample tax class 1, we're well below that. I'm going to show a few other tax classes, which are a little bit higher, but still relatively low. So if we go to the next slide, please. So there you can see that one's 1.76. Next slide, please. 1.81. Next slide, please. Next, so that's the different tax categories that we have. So this one, we went to the Finance Committee in May. It's for your consideration this evening. Should you take action to approve it this evening, we will print that disclosure document tomorrow, and we are off to the races. We are moving very quickly on this one. There's a lot getting in the market in the next few weeks. We will be pricing it next week, working around some schedules to make that happen, but I'm very fortunate that folks have worked to make that happen. And then we'd be able to close these bonds on or around July 8th, which is the day that the transaction's all wrapped up. So those are all the slides prepared. I'm available for any questions, and also can get ready for that next item.
Thank you, Mr. Bauer. Before I go to my board for questions, is there any public comment? Oh, I'm sorry, Pam, do you have any more? Okay.
No, there are not. The queue is now closed.
All right, I'll now go to my board for public comment. Dr. Farouk, please.
Yes, Adam, thank you so much for that presentation. I just have a question. What role does inflation or the threat of inflation play in this? It seems that it might be temporary, the spike that we're experiencing as a country, but I just wanted to get your thoughts on that.
So I'm going to answer that from two different points, two different angles. One is there is the funding piece, and so the fact that you can get your funding and spend it before you have inflation or any more inflation, there's certainly a positive to that. But what your question is probably getting at is on interest rates. And so I just gave you a presentation showing you how low interest rates are, but all we hear about in the news right now is inflation. The municipal bond market and other bond markets that we monitor, investors have not increased rates to take into consideration inflation yet. And so we don't know how long that's going to last, but as of today, there's a strong demand for fixed rate bonds. Generally, fixed rates bad when you have inflation. And investors, once there's inflation, that value of that fixed coupon is eroded. And so, but to date, we haven't had that. But I do think at some point we will have some increases in rates to address that there's likely inflation soon. And we've even had some last month, but for whatever reason, it's not showing up in the municipal market.
Thank you for that context.
Have any other questions from my board? All right. I think what he's talking about and what Ms. Alavi alluded to is very important. We'll talk about it on the next item. But we'll now close. And do I have a motion to approve item M2, approval of resolution 2020-21-85, authorizing the issuance of bonds for Community Facilities District number 35? Thank you, Mrs. Alavi. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Dr. Farouk. Please vote. Then M2 passes by 4-0. Thank you very much. We're going to move on now to item M3. It is recommended the Board of Education approve resolution 2020-2021-86 and certain other documents and actions in connection with the Riverside Unified School District's refinancing of the Certificates of Participation, COPS 2015 School Facilities Project and 2016 refunding lease. Ms. Wiggum, would you please open the queue for this?
You are a member of the public who's joined the Zoom call today to comment on agenda item M3, approval of the resolution number 2020-2021-86 in connection with RUSD's refinancing of the Certificates of Participation 2015 School Facilities Project and the 2016 refunding lease. You may now enter the queue by using the raise hand function if you are logged in using the computer, or *9 if you are using your phone to call in. Once again, the queue is only open for agenda item M3.
Thank you, Ms. Wiggum. Appreciate that. Ms. Lazan, CBO Lazan.
Thank you. Yes, Mr. Bauer again has a presentation regarding the refinancing of the COPs and to get us a combined COP rather than having two and at a lower interest rate.
And that's our purpose, to bring these two together for
Yes.
a lower interest rate. All right. Go ahead, Mr. Bauer. I appreciate your.
Once again, thank you. And if we can skip the first few slides, unless you really want to hear the same thing twice, and we can get to the third page, which is, this is it. Thank you very much. So we have the 2001 refunding lease purchase agreement. The district issued 2 series of debt in 2015 and 16. And you can see there the interest rates at 3.69 and 2.80. And then that second bullet point, we are looking to refinance those at 2.30. Another point we should point out is when a lot of individuals do refinancings of their home, they'll do a 30-year mortgage and then 5 years go by and they do another 30-year mortgage. So they essentially get a lower payment, but extend the term. That's not what we're doing here. We're not extending the term. Same term as originally set up on these. And then if you look at that last bullet point, These are, you have leased assets. And so you have Hawthorne Elementary School, Beatty Elementary School as the originals. And then Arlington was for 2016, Arlington High School. So next page, please. So this slide highlights a little different, not as many numbers as the last one, but there's a few here, the existing debt service, the refunding debt service, so that's a lower payment. So then you calculate a gross savings each year. But since you don't get the savings all at once, one of the things we encourage the district to do is to essentially present value that number. And you can see there that it's, when you present value that, it's a slightly lower number. And then when you get to the net present value savings overall, you're at 631,000. Generally, if you can get over 5% net present value savings, it's worth looking at and giving strong consideration to. Here we're at 6.41% savings for an annual savings of 45,817. So next slide, please. This schedule, also we went to the Finance Committee in May. And then same thing this evening, should you approve it. This one closes a little quicker though. We already have a rate locked in. We just need the board to take action, and then the staff can execute on the term sheet, which would be tomorrow. And then we'd be able to close this on June 22nd and lock in the savings for the district. So that's our last slide, but also I'm available for any questions here as well.
Right. Could you explain just for everyone and for your president as well, lease? Are we saying that the properties at Hawthorne and Beatty are leased properties, not owned by the district?
They are. They are owned by the district, but they're set up into another entity so that you can borrow year over year. I do believe we have the district's counsel on the line. If there's a need to explain the detail on that.
I think you just have, and I appreciate it. It's just a organizational financial modeling, I think. Thank you. I'm going to go down to public comment. Brandy, do we have members of the audience that would like to comment on item M3?
We do not. The queue is now closed.
Thank you. Do I have board member comments for any of the staff and Mr. Bauer or General Counsel on M3?
I'll motion to approve.
Thank you. I have a motion approved, second by Mrs. Alavi. This would be recommend the Board of Education approve resolution number 2020/2021-86 and certain other documents and actions in connection with the Riverside Unified School District's refinancing of the Certificates of Participation 2015 School Facilities Project and the 2016 refunding lease for a savings of quite a bit of money. I had it here a moment ago, but please vote. Item M3 passes 4-0. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And now we will go to M4. M4 is, and thank you, Ms. Lazan, for your work on that. M4 is recommended the Board of Education approve Riverside Unified School District's legislative platform and principles for 2021-22. This is an action item. At this time, Ms. Wiggin, would you please open the queue?
If you are a member of the public who joined the Zoom call today to comment on agenda item M4, approval of the Riverside Unified School District's legislative platform and principles for 21 through 23, you may now enter the queue by using the raise hand function if you are logged in using the computer, or *9 if you are using your phone to call in. Once again, the queue is only open for agenda item M4.
All right. Ms. Lazan, I must ask first, Dr. Farouk, has your committee been involved finding this?
Yes, we actually decided to include a federal platform too for the first time, just because of the level of activity that's happening there.
Thank you for that advocacy. It's very important. It's very important that Sacramento here, with 13th largest district in the state of California, feels about a lot of these items. We have a voice and we have responsibility for those folks. So, Ms. Lazan, our interim chief business officer, do you have Kevin Gordon here as well, or?
I'm sorry, we don't have Kevin here this evening. We have the presentation that we can go over real quickly.
I think you'll do just fine.
Okay, thank you. So as Dr. Farouk had mentioned, we did meet with the Governmental Advocacy Board Committee in April, and with Kevin Gordon, he's the president of Capital Advisors. We met to review the 21 through 23 legislative platform and principles draft. After reviewing it and discussing it with the committee and with Kevin Gordon, there was a recommendation that we also put together a federal platform to submit so that the board could take a look at that and approve it.
Excuse me, Pam, what slide are you on?
Oh, I'm sorry. Go to slide 2, please. There we go. So basically, at this point in time, Kevin then went back and worked on the federal platform. So this has been submitted to all of the board members for review, and this information will be provided to all of the legislators to show what our positions are on pending legislation and critical issues that may come up in state and federal legislature. So at this point, on the next page, next slide, please. State, the areas that we targeted were mitigating the impacts of COVID-19, base funding for education, special education funding and student mental health, which again was something that Mr. Hunt had pointed out was a big target item for us, career technical education, school facilities modernization, new construction and maintenance. And then on the federal level, support for cradle to career success, the fiscal year 2022 education appropriations, full and fair funding for special education, and student support, mental and behavioral health services, and school safety. There are more items that are on the platform, but these were the most important that we decided to go ahead and present tonight to you. And I know you've had a chance to review the full packet, but we are asking the board to approve the state and federal platform for Riverside Unified School District.
Please. Is there a fiscal impact tied with this particular?
No, there's no cost.
All right, before I call on my members of the board to ask any questions they may have, Ms. Wiggin, do we have members of the public that would like to comment on this item?
Thank you. No, we do not. The queue is now closed.
Thank you, ma'am. I will go to members of my board. Mrs. Allaby, please. Trustee Allaby.
Thank you. So I understand that Kevin Gordon is our lobbyist and he's in Sacramento and he can impact our state platform, but how are we going to have the impact with our federal platform?
You want me to respond to that?
Yeah.
So he is based out of Sacramento, but he actually has extensive relationships federal as well. We've never done a delegation to DC in the past. I'm not sure if we are going to do one, but he does go there to DC as well, and he has relationships, and he advocates from that standpoint as well.
But he's not going to charge us more? Do
No.
that? What a
My
deal.
understanding is
What a deal, huh?
my understanding is this was included within this existing, yeah.
Okay,
It is, and I believe that the platform, the majority of it is something that all districts would support. And so the combination of everything that he does is to be able to bring this forward to the legislature for the districts.
Okay. I would really like to, I've never met Mr. Gordon, and I'd really like to someday, and I'd really like to hear his views on what's happening in Sacramento. So maybe now that the state's opening up a little, maybe we can schedule a visit. Or go there, yeah.
Anyone? Dr. Farouk? Mr. Kinnear? Any questions, sir? Thank you. Dr. Farouk?
I'll motion to approve.
All right, and I'll take that in just a moment. I just have thank you. I have a second too. So, but I have a comment and a couple of questions. Very glad that we're doing this. Overdue. We kind of got away from this for a while. Again, we're the 13th largest district. We should be commenting. We should have commented on the early start with having a large Hispanic community. In particular, a lot of people that don't have a lot of money and both parents are working, and now the older children are going to go to school later. So we need to be involved. I hope also, Dr. Farouk, that we will coordinate with the County Office of Ed. Is it Jeff Bacher? Is that right? Yeah, very good. And I think I like what Dr. Gomez is doing there. It is important that our voice is heard and that we report back. And I want to remind the board members, trustees, that in our bylaws, written long ago, it encourages and says that we have responsibility to be members of the California School Boards Association and the National School Board. And we are to be going to represent in those capitals, and we shouldn't be afraid of worrying about flights and all that. This is what we're elected to do, why we have such stellar staff to do it. So I thank you for the motion and the second. Let's now vote. Please open the...
I just want to make one
I'm
comment
sorry,
that your concern about that early school legislation, we did, as a board, we even sent a letter, Dr. Hansen,
We did.
recall. So I just wanted to make sure that we are on top of these things, yeah. Thank you.
Tell Jose you did. I'll make sure that happens. Yes, excuse me, vote. All right, that carries on a 4-0. So we now move to our next item, which is M5. Very important, is recommended the Board of Education for RUSD adopt the 2021 to 24 Local Control and Accountability Plan, better known as LCAP. At this time, Brandy, would you open the agenda item for M5?
If you are a member of the public who's joined the Zoom call today to comment on agenda item M5, adoption of the 21 through 24 Local Control and Accountability Plan, you may now enter the queue by using the raise hand function if you are logged in using the computer, or *9 if you are using your phone to call in. Once again, the queue is only open for agenda item M5.
Thank you. For our audience, the LCAP is prepared by the district and its assigned staff under Dr. Perez, describing annual goals for all students, including numerically significant student groups. The LCAP lists specific activities to address state and local priorities, including descriptions of expenditures and services to implement the actions. The LCAP reflects that annual anticipated progress using benchmarks to monitor the progress of that plan. And to tell us more about this and how it was formed is our Assistant Superintendent, Dr. Jacqueline Perez. Oh, hello.
I'm here already.
Yes, ma'am.
Good evening, President Hunt, Dr. Hansen, and board members. Really excited about this moment in time. So this evening, we are asking for the adoption of the 21-24 Local Accountability and Local Control Accountability Plan. Go ahead to the next slide. So we're now at the final step of the process, the visual on the next slide. And go ahead to the next slide. And we have a full copy of the LCAP as well as the budget overview for parents on the website. But prior to this evening, we submitted our LCAP to the Riverside County Office of Education for review and feedback through their process that's intended to support the school districts in the county. I'm really happy to share that not only were we the first LCAP submitted for this extensive review process, but they've asked to use our LCAP as an exemplar for the rest of the districts in the process. So this really is a testament to your direction, to the feedback from stakeholders, and to the hard work of the staff. So really excited about this point. So this concludes the presentation portion. So very excited, and many, many kudos to the entire system for the LCAP.
Brandy, do we have any members of the public calling in that are here in the audience that would like to comment on this item?
Thank you. No, we do not. The queue is now closed.
Thank you. I will now go to my board members, starting with, can someone help me with my screen, by the way? But I know Dr. Farouk had just asked. I have multiple folks wishing to speak, but it doesn't have the way it was set up earlier. Go ahead. Dr. Farouk, thank you very much.
Thank you, President. I just wanted to commend staff, Dr. Perez, and everybody. This is really remarkable, exhaustive, comprehensive process. And you can, this will reset and you can start it all over again on the annual update, right? But I just wanted to extend my kudos to you. I can take a motion also.
Yes, just a moment. I have our colleague, Trustee Alavi, would like to make a comment or question.
Colleague said, and suggest that this was probably one of the hardest years to do this in, and very impressive the staff was able to do so much. And I also applaud you for being very patient with the board when we had all those suggestions for you, because you were probably going, just let me get through this. But you did a great job. Everybody did a great job who contributed to it, and It is nice to be recognized by the county. Now, that would be a really bad job, to be at the county and have to read all those LCAP plans. Okay, but anyway, good job.
Thank you, Trustee Alabi. Trustee Kinnear.
Yeah, I also thank you for your patience with me. I asked a ton of questions, and you answered them all. I do have one more question. Hopefully, we're going to see an increase in our funding for LCAP. So if that ends up being the case, you bring back an addendum or something like that?
That's correct. And Ms. Lesson, do you want to share a little bit about that?
Basically, we'd have to go through and kind of go through the same process. Well, not exactly. I mean, the majority of it's done, but on the new funding that's available to determine exactly where it will be spent and get recommendations for everybody input so that they can go ahead and add it and do the amendment to the LCAP plan that was submitted to the county.
Great, that'll be a good problem. Yeah, thank you. Nice job.
All right, before I ask for a motion, Dr. Hanson, Superintendent Hanson, and to Dr. Perez and your whole staff, it is the best LCAP and the most informative this school board details. And I believe, Dr. Perez, I do also want to commend you for involving so many of our community in this. It is local. It's their school district. I give kudos to Governor Brown for returning a lot of that to us. We can get more, but you did an excellent job. And I know you, obviously, I speak for my colleagues and Mr. Lee as well. So do I have a motion to approve this item? You did make a motion, okay? All right, we have a motion and a second. Please vote. Local control. And that is approved 4-0 until the next time you come back, Dr. Perez. All right, we will now go on to item M6. M6 is recommended the Board of Education adopt the 2021-22 budget, which is $609,161,996, just to round it off. So at this time, Ms. Wiggin, would you please open the queue for item M6?
If you are a member of the public who's joined the Zoom call today to comment on agenda item M6, adoption of the 21-22 budget, you may now enter the queue by using the raise hand function if you are logged in using the computer, or *9 if you are using your phone to call in. Once again, the queue is only open for agenda item M6.
You're giving the presentation, Ms. Lund. Thank you. We appreciate your time.
Okay, can we have the, thank you so much. Next slide. First, what I'd like to do is commend all of the business services staff and especially Aaron Power, because they did an amazing job putting this budget together and really, with everything that was going on, a very short timeline, and still were able to put together, I think, a very nice package as far as your budget that was presented. The information that she shared with you at the last board meeting during the public hearing is basically exactly what we're bringing to you for approval tonight. The May revise has been provided to us, and the legislature now has been working together to come up with their basic opinions and what they would like to see on their side, and they'll be working with the governor on that to come up with a combined budget for us so that we will have that by June 30th. But in the meantime, we do have until, well, June 30th, if it should be approved, and then we'll bring it back to the board on the August 5th board meeting with all of the different changes, and there will be quite a few. If we can go to the next slide. Some of the main impacts of the governor's proposals, the cost of living adjustment has gone up to 5.07%, so that actually brings in, I think, about $5 million more for the district in unrestricted funds. And then the special education COLA would receive 4.05%, so that is more than what we have received in the past for special education. Now on this slide, this is the governor's proposal for the May revise. He also has set aside funding for expanded learning time, which would be summer sessions, after school, even before school programs. And then he is proposing increasing the concentration grant funding, and the legislature has countered with, instead of using concentration grant funding for this, they would rather use the supplemental, and that would mean that all districts would receive the funding, whereas if it's concentration, not all districts receive that funding. So that, I think, is probably where it will actually lead. And then this money would be used to support staffing for student contact, including teachers, nurses, counselors. So this is something that would be a great benefit to the district. They also have expanded learning opportunities for an additional, well, $2.6 billion statewide of one-time funds to further the goals of AB 86, our expanded learning opportunity grants. Next slide. This is the information that was shared with you previously. So our estimated actuals that we have for 2021, we're looking at total revenue of $629 million. And then for 21-22, we're looking at $605 million. The basic difference on this is that the state had funded some COVID funding for us in the extended learning opportunity and the in-person grant. So that funding now is not, at this point, continued in 21-22. So that was about $24 million total. Next slide. On the expenditure side, estimated actuals, we're estimating that we're going to spend $548 million this year. And next year, it will go up to $609 million. Again, that increase in expenditures is from the COVID funding that we're receiving from the federal government. That alone, I believe, was somewhere around $73 million we were receiving just from the federal government. Next slide. This reflects our beginning and ending balances. So we started the year for 2021 at $77 million. We are looking at ending balance of $150, almost $9 million. And then that's broken down into the different components. We have a reserve for economic uncertainties, which is the 4% that the board has set aside. That's $22 million. And then in 21-22, you can see we start with a larger beginning balance, and some of this is carryover from the COVID funding that we received. There's $159 million. We have an ending balance estimated at $155 million almost. And then again, our reserve for economic uncertainties at 4% is $24.3 million for a total of, well, the $154 million. The areas that are set aside are for restricted funds, committed funds from the board, and then assigned funds, which are for textbooks, technical, I shouldn't say technical, technology-related equipment, and then, of course, the 4% reserve. Next slide. This is a list, again, of all the other funds that we have within the district, in addition to the general fund, adult ed, cafeteria, child development, and then all of the building funds, which are to do with your developer fees, your COPs, and also your Measure O funds. We have our retiree benefit fund, which is an ending balance of $32 million. And then we also have the foundation trust fund of $261,000. So a total of all other funds of about almost $79 million in the ending balance for 21-22, starting out at $182 million, and that decrease, the expenditures there are mostly in the Measure O funding under the building fund. Next slide. The multi-year projection, as you're aware, we have to present a 3-year multi-year projection to show that we can not only meet our commitments for 21-22, but also for 2 consecutive years after that. So we have been able to reflect that our income going across the board and expenditures, we end up with $81.2 million this year. We, as far as increased, so a total ending balance of $159 million. In the 21-22 year, it looks like we are deficit spending by $4.1 million, but really that is the carryover of the COVID funds being spent. So our actual ending balance is $155 million. And then for 22-23 and 23-24, we're also projecting we'll end up with an ending balance over $100 million. So we feel that we are able to meet all of the commitments for not only the 21-22 year, but the 2 subsequent years also. Next slide. This is a list of all of the COVID response funds that we've received, the total allocation, and then the years, what we've spent so far, and then also in 21-22, what we have budgeted, what we're estimating for 22-23 and 23-24. And you can see we had a total of almost $192 million that the district is receiving. There are additional details in your supporting documents that actually reflect out some of the categories where this money was spent. And the other thing, just to make a quick remark, is that the COVID response funds on all of these for state and federal, there are guidelines and requirements that we have to meet and what we spend this money on. And so it is something that is audited, and we feel confident that everything that we've done is going to do well under that audit review. Next slide. That's it. And then we're recommending that the board approve the 21-22 adopted budget, and we will bring back on August 5th your 45-day revised budget for 21-22.
All right, thank you, Ms. Lazan. Do I have, Ms. Wiggum, how are you? Do we have members of the audience listening that would like to comment on this item? 6.
Thank you. No, we do not. The queue is now closed.
Thank you, ma'am. I now go to my members of the board. If we have any questions or comments before we move to motion. I'm seeing none. Would you just, Ms. Lazan, just because it came up tonight, how much do we have in reserve, or how much do we have budgeted for maintenance, routine maintenance?
In routine maintenance, I don't have the exact number. I can find it for you. It's 3% of our general fund expenditures have to be budgeted for routine maintenance, so it's a legal requirement we have to meet. And then in addition to that, we have the $800,000 that's budgeted in the LCAP for deferred maintenance.
And that 3% has been the standard for all LEAs for?
As long as I've been in the school district, so it's
I was
been.
going to say the Eisenhower administration.
I think when the Leroy Green funds were,
Yes, ma'am.
that's exactly when it started, the 3% requirement.
It would be good to have an answer to, I know, and I feel the same, that the maintenance, we need it, but don't have as much money as people think. Our study in 2015 said we needed $3 billion, and that's what the fact is, and we have to find a way to do it. So we have now presented the budget, and Dr. Farouk has a question.
Is it 17 million for the deferred maintenance?
Routine maintenance.
I believe it is 17 million.
Just to address your comment.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the question.
Thank you, Dr. Farouk, asking.
President Hun was asking about how much was set aside for deferred maintenance. I said it's
Yes,
17 million approximately.
The minimum.
It was my understanding that that was routine maintenance, the 3%, and deferred maintenance is at 800,000.
Right.
And I think the question that I had, is just as a new board member, is that 5 or 6 years ago, that deferred maintenance budget was at 5 to 6 million, and it's now at 800,000. So I guess what I'm asking for is that we increase back to 5 or 6 years ago.
I'm sorry, I'm going to ask Mr. Mueller. Mr. Mueller, sir, come up. Because Mr. Kinnear may be very right, trustee. I have never seen it be that much. I've always complained it isn't enough. Mr. Mueller, have we had 5 to 8 million in the past?
We had in fiscal 17, I believe it was 5 million, and then it's either 16 was 5 million, 17 was 6 million, or 17, 6, yeah, in there, and then it went to $800,000. And then a few years, no, it went to $500,000, and then it has gone to $800,000.
What was the reason for that, Rob?
Other priorities.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to, Thank you. All right, thank you.
Just to clarify, so we have 17,539,000 in our routine maintenance, and then the 800,000. Now, with deferred maintenance, what happened with the funding is that when the LCFF funding came about for the school districts, they took deferred maintenance where they used to separate and give it to us separately, and we had to match it. They took that and rolled it into our LCFF calculation, so it became unrestricted to us. And so deferred maintenance, not necessarily the requirement per se, it was turned over as a local decision rather than having it coming from the state and having us match it.
Okay. All right.
Mr. Hunt?
Yes, ma'am, Mrs. Allaby.
That's kind of what I was talking about earlier, sort of a reflection from our operations board subcommittee, is that 800,000 is too low.
Oh.
And it's not enough to make a dent in some of these projects that have been backing up. And I don't know where the sweet spot is, but a minimum should be established. At some point, we need to
100% yes.
decide what that is.
No, I concur with you, Ms. Allaby. Is any of that money, is that money we have to, nuts and bolts money, or does some of that go to salaries for those folks that work in maintenance and do these things for us?
Deferred maintenance does not pay for salaries. It pays for contracts that you would go out to bid to do different work as far as roofing, painting, whatever it might be that's needed for the school, HVAC.
For most of that, we have to go out for a certain level.
The majority, if it's a small project, there's limits on what we can do internally. And so with the maintenance staff, they could be part of moving that piece forward, but the actual equipment or anything else that's used for it would have to be
Is there a way
contracted.
to enhance the maintenance staff's learning, whatever their skills, that we could then have a larger amount that they could do in-house instead of having to bid it out? Or is that just restricted?
Mr. Hunt,
Thank you, sir.
the restrictions for forced labor is what we call that, is dictated by the California Public Contract Code. So it is in code, the limit that we can do, and there's a dollar value put on any project that we can do with forced labor before we have to put it out to contract.
Forced labor means our own force?
That is correct.
For,
And that limit is right in the $65,000 range.
65,000 is all we're
and
able
that's
to
total
do.
project cost.
The talented people we have. Sacramento should know a little more about that, Dr. Farouk. Got to add that one. That's ridiculous. We have some very talented people in this district that under Mr. Mueller and Mr. San Martins, and that is terrible. They can only, and 65,000 doesn't. Mrs. Allaby probably spent more of that on her last kitchen remodel, but God bless you. But you know, that's terrible. We have some amazing carpenters and electricians, and we can do 65,000. Okay. But anyhow, let's go ahead and let's adopt this budget at least and move from there. Do I have a motion to adopt the 2021-22 budget? No, did I call for public comment? I'm sorry. I think
We
I did.
do not.
All right.
We do not have any public comment.
Thank you. Okay. Mrs. Allaby, thank you. I have a motion to approve from Trustee Kathy Allaby. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Dr. Farouk. Would you please vote? All right, by a 4-0 vote, we're in business for next year. So we will now move on to, what time do we have? Okay. I think we can finish this up. We now move on to reports and discussion. This is in the in section. In as in Nancy, number 1. The Board of Education will be provided a presentation on the draft Student Bill of Rights, SBOR, document which provides recognition and support of student rights created for students by students. Interesting movement around our nation right now, and certainly here in RUSD. Ms. Wiggin, would you please open the queue for this before I move to our staff report?
If you are a member of the public who's joined the Zoom call today to comment on agenda item N1, the report on the Student Bill of Rights, you may now enter the queue by using the raise hand function if you are logged in using the computer, or *9 if you are using your phone to call in. Once again, the queue is only open for agenda item N1.
Thank you. Our presenter tonight is again Dr. Perez, Assistant Superintendent for Equity, Access, and Community Engagement.
Good evening, President Hunt, I'm excited to present on the draft Student Bill of Rights. Go ahead to the next slide, please. In this presentation, I'll discuss the intent of the Student Bill of Rights, walk through a little bit about the development and process, some big themes that are in the working document, as well as some significant next steps that need to take place. Go ahead to the next slide. So the Student Bill of Rights was crafted and created by RUSD student members of GenUp. GenUp is a statewide student activism coalition. RUSD has a Riverside chapter. The two co-presidents are two students at Ramona High School and work alongside student representatives at each of our high schools. The Student Bill of Rights is truly intended to create student agency or voice in the local decision-making process. So it was crafted to put forth the articulating the rights of students in one fundamental document that can be shared across all schools and by students. Go ahead to the next slide. So this document was first created last September, and over the course of the year, although we were in COVID, the students were able to use social media and technology to outreach to students to get input. They've also made initial contacts and were in contact with our high school principals and staff. They also presented to the superintendent student advisory equity task forces, as well as some of the local task forces at each of the high schools. So as the document continued to evolve, it has been reviewed by our legal counsel and to ensure that we're in compliance with corresponding board policies and regulations before it even moves forward into our significant next steps. So the document that's attached to this item has already been reviewed by legal counsel to make sure it follows suit with regulations and our board policies. Go ahead to the next slide. So the major themes of the Student Bill of Rights represent a very broad span of areas that the students feel will aid in creating a welcoming, safe, secure, and inclusive environment. So for example, with diversity and inclusivity, all students, the language, all students have the right to learn in an environment that does not discriminate based on actual or perceived and lists through various areas. It's punctuated by all students should feel represented and acknowledged. So this is absolutely from students, and it's an advocacy document. And again, each component was reviewed by legal to make sure that we are in compliance. So go ahead to the next slide. So we have quite a few next steps that need to take place before this can be realized for a final draft for your review. Now that we'll be returning to school, we need a broader sampling of students on the the high school campuses to provide input and feedback. There needs to be some calibration as what this looks like in practice. So there's a clear and common understanding amongst students and amongst staff and administrators in real time. So what does it look like, you know, if an incident happens during campus? There needs to be some collaboration between students, teachers, and administrators, not only to build the partnership on campuses to create that welcoming environment, but also so that they are interpreting the rights accurately and everyone has the same understanding. Another component is that there's clarity, so this document can also hold students responsible for creating that campus culture. Next up also is to create ways to make this accessible to all students. So promoting it in an authentic way so students understand what the document means. So a few districts across the state have already implemented a Student Bill of Rights, such as San Diego, Unified, LAUSD, San Francisco, as well as some very large districts in the nation. So we'll also look to some other districts to see what were best practices, some stumbling blocks, as well as what it looked like to implement. So finally, as we work through all of this process component for voice and really getting into what it looks like for the Student Bill of Rights, we would like to then propose a final draft in January of 2022. But we wanted to get this first look in front of you to get your input and feedback. So that concludes this portion of the presentation.
Right. So we can do I have any callers? Do we have any callers wanting to comment, give input on this item?
Thank you. No, we do not. The queue is now closed.
All right. Thank you. And I'll go to my board for any questions that we may have. Dr. Farouk, thank you, sir.
Thank you, President Hunt. I just wanted to share that, Dr. Perez and I had a chance to speak with these students separately, and I just am in awe over just their passion, the level of research that they put into this, their interest in outreach to their colleagues and students, and just the generational drive that they have. They're thinking about, students beyond their own time frame, tenure here on the district. I was just really impressed with the maturity of all of that, and they're also, as I'm sure you guys have heard with our student board member process, they want to make it to an election process, and they have other ideas, again, that are best practices, including they want to sit on subcommittees, including operations subcommittee. But, things like that, there's an interest in wanting to be deeper involved. So I just really want to commend that, and just want to share those thoughts. Thank you.
Any of my other colleagues? Seeing none. Oh, yes, ma'am. Thank you.
I just think this all comes down to the details and the expectations of staff in the school sites and what is it going to look like in practice. So I'm all in favor of those general topics that came up, but I really would like to read it in its entirety. And I firmly agree with Mrs. Alvey. It is in practice. I also don't want to do something ever that is disingenuous, that we sort of just throw a cloak on it, way to go, see you later, and all of that. I have no doubt that my colleagues, I know about this one down here, and I know something about her at Poly, that we were all student advocates. So that's why some of us love you for you and with you up here. But it is in the details. I certainly do not want the operations of this board and how it works as a district to be included and just rolled up in the jelly when it comes to our committees. Those are legal, mandated, and we are legally elected to make those decisions. So that's different. And I'd like to know later, and I'm glad that you're looking at other districts with respect to those young people, and I'm glad they're bringing it forward, and all of this is an important time. It's like lowering the voting age, 21 to 18 they did long ago. But I'd rather do it very right than very fast. I mean, I'm concerned, what does personal belongings mean?
Their own items. So when students bring their backpacks, their supplies to school, and maybe there is an investigation, that's what's in reference to their own things that they bring to campus.
So everything, and Mr. Walker, everything that, let's just say they want X, we need to, everything I looked at up there, I thought, okay, we do that, we're required to do that, we're required to do that. So it's going to have to obviously line up with what we're required to do, then what we can allow and all that. But belongings were covered a long time ago. That's why I had lockers in high school. They don't have them now. So but again, I would encourage that we go in a steady pace, but one that's, and I'm sure Dr. Perez knowing you. So with that, thank you for that report. And we're going to move on to Oscar 1, which means I will now recess the public session of the regular board meeting of our RUSD Board of Education and convene the Board of Directors of the Riverside Unified School District Financing Authority meeting. I will not be asking for any public comment on this item because it is not an RUSD board situation. It is a separate entity within RUSD, which is the Financing Authority. The item that you'll be asked to look at tonight is recommended the Board of Directors of Riverside Unified School District Financing Authority hold a meeting to appoint officer vacancies. And so to hear that, Ms. CBO Lazan, would you please lead us forward?
Yes, this is simply to replace, we have Dr. Hanson, who is retiring, and then the Chief Financial Officer, Mays Kakish, who has resigned. We would like to replace Aaron Power as the Chief Financial Officer, effective immediately, and the Executive Director, Renee Hill, effective July 1, 2021.
All right. And explain to us, and for anyone listening, to just out of respect, what is the RUSD District Financing Authority?
This is the authority that's responsible for the approving and processing the issuances of CFDs within the school district for the bond issuance.
Thank you, ma'am. Do I have any comments, questions from my members, my fellow trustees? I don't see any. Oh, I do have one. Mrs. Alvey. Thank you, Trustee Alvey. You're moving for approval. And a second will come from?
Second.
Dr. Farouk. Please vote. You're off the hook, David. All right. Sir? Yes, that passed 4-0. All right. At this time, I will recess. Beth, am I doing this right? Recess the public session of the regular RUSD Board of Education meeting and convene the meeting of the Board of Directors of the RUSD Financing Authority meeting. And I will pass this item over to CBO Lazan with her request to explain what the RUSD Financing Authority actually does.
Thank you. The Financing Authority is actually responsible for issuing the Certificate of Participation Notes, the COPs. And so in this case, we have just one position that we need to appoint, and that would be Aaron Power as the Chief Financial Officer, replacing Mays Kakish.
All right. We've already voted in Ms. Hill prior to January 1. Okay. I don't see any comments, questions. Do I have a motion on this item 01? Thank you, Mrs. Allen. Did you have a question, Dr.
Did you check for public comment?
No, we don't take public comment.
Oh, okay. I'll second it.
Thank you, sir. So I have a second. I have a motion by Mrs. Allaby, a second by Dr. Farouk to approve the appointment of Aaron Powers to replace Ms. Kakish on the Financing Authority. Please vote. And that is approved 4-0. All right. I'm adjourn the Board of Directors meeting of the Riverside Unified School District Financing Authority Committee and convene the Board of Directors of the Riverside Unified School District's Facility Corporation meeting. This is number P1, as in Peter. It is recommended the Board of Directors of the Riverside Unified School District Facilities Corporation hold a meeting to appoint an officer vacancy. So, Ms. Lazan, as you go forward on this, would you also explain what this Riverside Unified School District School Facilities Corporation does for the public?
I'm sorry, Mr. Hunt. This is actually the one that we just approved.
No, that's my mistake.
So if we move on to number 2, though, that will be the next item.
You're right, and I apologize
No
for
problem.
taking that. All right, it is recommended the Board of Directors for the full School Facilities Corporation approve, excuse me a second. That's a better idea. Approve resolution number FC 2020/21-01 and certain other documents and actions in connection with the Riverside Unified School District's refinancing of certificates of participation, COPS, 2005 school facilities project, and 2016 refunding lease. This was the item we covered in the report on M3. So would you please go forward and present this, Ms. Lazan?
Correct. So basically, we're asking the board to approve the participation in moving forward with the refinancing of the COPs 2015 and 2016. And the fiscal impact on this is it saves the district $631,701 in developer fees, which then those developer fees are used to help support the facilities with Measure O.
Thank you. Do I have any questions for Ms. Lazan or any of the members of the staff?
I'll motion to approve.
Second for Mrs. Allaby. Before we vote, I want to just express this is very important. Mrs. Allaby was discussing earlier about voting on developer fees very soon. our city is required to come up by the state with 18,460 dwelling units that will produce 60,000 new citizens. Riverside Unified's boundary, being smart as they were at that time, ends at Banbury, which is the street if you're heading west just after Tyler at light. Turned right on the Jimco site. The Jimco site was approved the other day for 450 new apartments. You have to take those kids, we're going to put them in Liberty, I think, wouldn't it? So we have to really pay attention, and what the city has to do, and they're not going to pay much attention to us when we tell them, we have said, please consider school, you're making this area for growth for 30 to the acre because you've got to, because the state is telling if you don't do it, we're going to stop issuing building permits. They're not sitting there worried about what's happening with RUSD, so they're going to put them. So we need to be ready, and this is a very important item for your committee, Mrs. Alavi, to look at. So I have a second, and I'm just going to have a motion and a second to proceed with this item. Please vote. And that is as well a 4-0. Thank you, trustees. I'm now going to adjourn the Board of Directors of the RUSD Facilities Corporation meeting, and I will reconvene the open session, public session of the RUSD Board of Trustees, which brings me to meeting conclusion. Do I have items for future meetings other than we have talked about from my colleagues? All right. Ms. Martin, would you work with your board, see if there's another acceptable date, November the 4th, which is a Thursday. I have November the 3rd available for me. And then get back to the Agenda Committee, and we'll work with incoming soup, Renee Hill, for that. Do I have no more requests? All right, thank you. Oh, yes, ma'am. Thank you, Ms. Alvin. I'm sorry. No, I have now, Kathy. I didn't see you before.
Oh, well, that's okay. I think it's fairly obvious that we do need to be putting deferred maintenance on our future agenda, maybe sooner than later. I don't know what our meetings look like.
You know what? We do have a lot to do this year, and we need to prioritize. I agree with you, Kathy.
Presentation that Mr. Mueller made to the Operations Board Subcommittee would be good for the entire board to hear.
Is that your collective recommendation? All right, let's, Ms. Hill, let's you and I work on that agenda item. I think it is important. I was sharing with Dr. Hanson the other day. When we were in regular school, right before I had a chance to go over and visit Beatty, I joined the board just as Beatty was opening. So it was, 10 years. And I was just stunned how bad the paint on the pillars was over. It was just peeling. And I thought, my gosh, look how bad this looks. But you ask Ken Mueller how much it costs to paint something, it's amazing. When Brenton, Mr. Lee and I first started working on Measure O, and our first action was to look at Madison Elementary. And we had X budgeted, and X didn't do much. And so we put it up to about 50% more. It still didn't allow us, and finally we said, you find the money to paint the top of that round part of the old chapel that's there. So it is something, and I can't believe $65,000 with inflation is nothing. So, okay, so our next meeting, thank you, Mrs. Alavi and Mr. Kinnear. Do you have a comment, Mr. Kinnear, otherwise?
I do have another comment. Mr. Hunt, I don't think it needs to be a long agenda item. I agree with Mrs. Alavi. Mr. San Martin is very organized with his presentation, and if we could get that list of prioritized items in our mailer, we can do our homework well to prepare for that meeting. And that meeting ought to coincide with whenever we're looking at the 45-day budget revisions, so that we mesh the two items together.
Excellent input, Mr. Trustee. Dr. Farouk.
No, I was just going to concur with Trustee Kinnear.
All right. Well, let's make sure, I think that's exactly what we need. Just make sure, as we do that, Mr. San Martin, that we're budgeting against available money. It's not a wish list, it's a do list. So, great. Our next meeting is Thursday, July 15th, and it will be called to order at 4 p.m., and we will have a closed session, and we'll reconvene at 5:30. We'll be waiting to hear from the state. This may or may not be, and I'll ask the board's input as we get closer to that. the last meeting that we would have Zoom-type callers, our electronic callers calling in, which was required by the governor's emergency declaration. You recall when Mrs. Allaby was president, we had to, in March, shut down the school. So it may or may not be required, and it's always a moving target. Tonight, we will adjourn the meeting in memory of young Logan Edwards. Logan attended Martin Luther King High School, and he was recently and very tragically passed away in an automobile accident. We, on behalf of the board, will be sending condolences and expressions to his family, and I know that you have had people at the school, Mr. Walker, working with his peers, Logan's peers. Yes, Doctor? Oh, yes. Right. Thank you, Doctor. You're doing good here at the end of the thing. I appreciate that. We are going to adjourn to closed session to some items we weren't able to quite cover efficiently, because your president's done such a great job of getting you out of here before 9:30. But we're going to have a 15-minute closed session, and we'll come back and report out on it.
I want staff to hear that, staff at the back. We're going to need to have this live in 15 minutes when we come back. So don't clean up just yet, please. We're going to need to come and report out, okay?